Hello. Hey, hey. How you doing? Welcome in. Oh, goodness. Do you guys even know that I've been addicted to this music? Only this one. Kind of funny enough. Only this one. I don't know why, but something about this music just hits different. I mean, I did mention... Oh yeah, you know what? I did mention in one of my playthrough that Baldur's Gate 3 music is lacking. Well, that was me previously. But after getting into Act 2, I think the music just really... all the music just becomes banger. Like, all of them just becomes bangers. Like, oh, hey, yo, it's so good. So yeah, I'm glad. It's just kind of weird that Act 1 is a little... just a little lacking in my very opinion, right? Take it with a grain of salt, if you will, right? Just a little lacking in my very opinion. But yeah, now that I'm in Act 2, I think the game is heckin' great. The game is actually heckin' great. I can't wait to play more. Right? Also, I totally forgot to mention in my Discord that Sunday streams are back. That's on me. I totally forgot. Since, last night's a little wild. Nothing bad, just wild. Wild, why? Because I've been talking to people. Yeah, well, the thing is, I don't really talk to people as much. I say wild. I say wild because last night I actually actively sought out someone to talk with, and it works out pretty well, right? I was absolutely terrified that I'm being weird, just like hitting up conversations like that, and honestly, it all worked out well. I'm not even going to complain. Last night was wild, so also because of that, I sort of forgot to heckin', post on Discord that Sunday streams are back. But since it's close to September as well, I should really mention in my Discord as well that September 14th to 22nd, I will not be here. Yeah, 14th to 22nd, I believe. 14th to 22nd, I will not be here. I will be in Kuching for that time period. It's not odd to talk to someone. Yeah, but... Oh, also, hi, SC. It's like my brain tells me that it's weird to hit up someone to talk to. The thing is with anxiety, I feel like it's just my brain being very mean to me all the time, which is kind of weird. Actually, scratch that, very weird. But I cannot stop it. It's just my brain just keep, talking mad shit about myself. It's like, I tried to talk to someone yesterday, and it was great. Makes me feel great. And also, funny enough, this morning, it's a little weird, but also makes me feel a tad bit more safe, So this morning I was in an eatery where I always go, right? And one of my sister was there. And that sister knows about my situation, let's say, right? In my situation, being trans and all, and she told her friend about it. Right? She told her friend about it. It's like, oh god, what does she feel about it? So this morning, I was sitting alone, right? My sister was there, so is her friends, and then her friend just like, oh, are you a trans by any chance? Like, wow, yeah, in real life someone referred to me as that. I'm very surprised. And then she's like, oh yeah, my sister told me about you. I was like, oh wow, okay, I didn't know that. And then she proceeded to just say that how It's kind of brave to be like this in Malaysia because, you know, Malaysia, laws and everything, weird, brutal. Uh, pretty, pretty much being LGBTQ plus in Malaysia is just being looked down on, right? So makes me feel a little more safe, to be honest. You know, what can I say? The newer generations, not all, but some or most, uh, people, right, over that generation is a little bit more open-minded in terms of the LGBTQ plus thing. So I'm glad. I'm actually very happy about that. Surprised me as well. It's like, wow, shit, okay. And that's how it felt in real life. But of course, we were very discreet about it because, you know, it's still an eatery. We were very discreet about it. No, we speak very softly. No one knows about this. You know, I don't want anyone to know about this other than those I trust. Right? So yeah, it's kind of a wild night and also this morning. I'm kind of glad about it. You know, I'm kind of happy about all that's happened yesterday and today. Now, let's play some Baldur's Gate. Oh. Oh, okay, let me check something. Yeah, I did take a bunch of screenshots last night. Is it these ones? Yeah. So, yay! We found kobolds yesterday, and they are fucking adorable. They're so dumb. Look at them. Oh my god, I love them so much. I just wish they are not hostile, to be honest. They're just doing the little little dance. The snoot looks very boo too. Look at that. No curved horns though, but the classic horns, I can live with that. They are very adorable. Look at them. And this one has a little green coloration to it. It's so cool. I love all of them. You know, drunk lizards. I love them. They're fucking adorable. Okay, let's close this. You know, at the back of my mind, I was thinking that I kind of want to take a break from Baldur's Gate. But at the same time, if I don't play Baldur's Gate, what do I play? You know, I was thinking that maybe, hey yo, maybe next week or some shit. Then I kind of want to take a break from Baldur's Gate. But at the same time, it's like, nah. Still debating whether if I want to do that or not. Because if I don't play Baldur's Gate 3, what am I to do? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, I am so obsessed with Baldur's Gate 3, and if I don't play it, and if I don't finish it before anything, I feel weird. I feel off. I feel something's not right, you know, if I don't finish this game before I play anything else. But also at the back of my mind, if I were to take a break from Baldur's Gate 3, I'm thinking maybe start a new Divinity Original Sin 2 playthrough, you know? Because definitely I've been listening to Divinity soundtrack and they're all amazing. And also it makes me kind of want to play some Divinity. I want to play some Divinity. So most likely, I say most likely, not guaranteed yet, most likely after I finish a playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3, I'm gonna be playing Divinity Original Sin 2. Like, just kind of want to go through the game again, listening to all the music and just see how broken the game is with lone wolf builds and stuff. But yeah. So we stopped here last night. After admiring the kobolds, decided not to kill them. Took a bunch of kobolds that's in the wine barrel. Got a deployable kobold. I think I only got 4 of them. Yeah, I only got 4 fire wine barrels that has kobolds in them. Alright. See, thing is, now I can always check on them kobolds inside here. Look at them drunk lizards. Oh my god, they're so dumb. Look at them. They're so dumb. I love them so much. Yeah. Whoever designed those kobolds are amazing. Anyway, where were we? So, yesterday, I was trying to do a puzzle in this castle, and also we meet some gift Yankees. They're trying to find an artifact or something? Yeah, they're trying to find an artifact. So now I think I'm trying to get upstairs and go to... Get upstairs, go to the puzzles room, and throw some things in there. If I still remember correctly, Stockhold is maze. The rest I might not remember as much, but I'll try to. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I don't even know if Versailles is right. Versailles I put on Battle Axe, I think?
Stand your ground! Keep them busy! The thunder forgive me. We have to fire the lance. Have to keep going.
Man, if only I remember where the thing is. The puzzle room, is it here? Oh, it's there, okay. What is this?
The monastery's notable keepers adorn these intricate panels.
Oh.
Lathendarian monasteries of this size were usually overseen by dawn masters, esteemed members of the clergy. Several of the pictured dawn masters remind you of monks who would dedicate their lives to mastering specific weapons of war.
Oh. Dawn Master Seed?
The reconsecration of the monastery, conducted by Dawn Master Seed.
Is that a Warhammer? Stockhold's maze, right?
Song before the Zenith Day, celebrated by Dawn Master Stockhold.
No weapon? Broken stained glass window?
Dawn Master Vasaid wielding... The rest of the inscription and picture has shattered away.
No, man. Welking Glory?
Dawn Master Welkin Glory beckons forth the rising sun in Lathander's name.
So, great sword for Welking Glory. Are you Welking Glory?
Dawn Master Welkin Glory.
Who are you?
Dawn Master Seed.
Seed is some sort of Warhammer, right? Wonder if I have them.
There's no time to waste. Let's march!
I don't have hammer.
Looking ahead. Still breathing despite everything.
See, now I kinda miss the ability to craft makeshift weapons in, you know, Divinity Original Sin 2. You can do that. You can just craft makeshift weapons and sell them for money. Free.
Dawnmaster Stockhold.
Stockhold is a mace, I believe.
Soldier. Uh-huh. Trusty will do just fine.
Can't give up now.
I don't want to sacrifice my hammer. I have this, but... Club? Yeah, I think it's a light hammer. Because it's wielding it with one hand. It's definitely not a maul or a warhammer. It could also be warhammer. Probably. Let me try it. Oh fuck, it's gone. What happened? Oh, that's not it? Oh, okay. So it's a warhammer or maul. Scroll with it?
Let's see what this does.
Dawnmaster Seed. The monastery's notable keeper, the reconsecration of the monastery, conducted by Dawnmaster Seed.
One-handed? Which hammer is versatile again? Dawnmaster Steve was wielding a one-handed hammer with a book. If it's not a light hammer, it has to be a hammer that's versatile. Which I don't have. There should be a ceremonial weapon somewhere. Okay, let's explore this place a little bit more. Something broken over there. Ooh. Wait a minute, how do I get there? Oh. Okay, cool, cool.
That might be worth a look.
How do you bury things here? It's concrete floor, what do you mean? Oh, there it is. Speaking of. There, it's versatile, it's Warhammer! We found it, we found it. Okay, good to know, good to know. What? What perception are we talking about? Hey! Oh! Can't reach this? Oh, okay.
Bet I can crack that open.
Having advantage is so strong. Mine. Mine. 3. Okay, let's get down and finish the puzzle. There we go. Morning Lord's Radiance. Your weapon attacks deals an additional 1 to 4 radiant damage. For free? Oh, this is opened, I think? Dawnmaster's Crest. These unusually shaped crest bears the markings of a Lanthandarian High Priest, but its practical function is unclear. To the next Dawn Master, I don't think we're going to make it, but the blood is secure. We closed it off with magic. Only one of our own can take it. If anyone else tries, the wall will fall, and they won't get out of here alive. Should that happen, pray for Rosy Morn Monastery, but do not mourn. It's for the best. In death, new life, always.
Blood sounds important. Could it still be here somewhere?
Didn't we find it last night? It was at, like, downstairs, I think. Oh yeah, also weapon.
What a day.
Alright, what now?
Astarion has 2 bonus action. I feel like if Astarion uses hand crossbow, it'll be great? Question mark?
Don't touch me.
Wonder how long the Morning Lord Radiance is gonna be. Or is it forever? I mean, if it's forever, then it's... Isn't that a little too strong?
Don't be shy.
Keep a blade close.
Man. Yeah, I think I can just use this one. The bonus action I can use. Hi Drake, how are you? Just a little sleepy.
Living more interesting times.
a little eepy, but otherwise good. Hope you're doing well yourself. I forgot how to get to the blood of whatever that thing is. I'm good? Nice. Good to know. I don't remember. Can I just jump down? No, that's not it. It has to be in some sort of... basement? Oh, I think I know where it is.
Stand your ground! Keep them busy! The thunder forgive me. We have to fire the lance.
Oh, Drake, have you seen the kobolds in this game? I just found it yesterday. It's like, they're so adorable. No, I should show. I have a few pictures here that I took. They're the dumb looking lizards. I mean, I just took screenshots of them. They're drunk lizards. Drunk lizards. They are perfect, and I love them. I should take more pictures of them. This is not nearly enough. I should find more kobolds. There should be more kobolds. I should find more kobolds in this game. Fuck. There has to be more. I don't want all of them to be hostile. Yeah, scaly friend, hungry lizard. Big lizard wants a treat. Uh oh. No, don't nom kobold.
The blood of Lathander, spilled in holy battle with Samaster, immortalized here for all to worship.
It's not here somewhere? Oh.
What path lies before me?
There's a friendly one. Wait. There's a non-hostile kobold in this game? I'm on my way. I am on my heckin' way.
What should I do if the Chedrai takes me in for questioning? Why?
There's someone else?
Have you anything to hide? No. But he might scour through the whole creche in his search. Become trusted. Those standing in truth need not fear Vlaakith's gaze.
I'm gonna save. Oh, ad break that early? Oh, we're half an hour in. Okay, that makes sense. They are gift Yankees, right?
Hero. That could be confused for Istich sentimentality.
They don't look that strong. They can make a weapon attack using bonus action? Yo. Synergetic cantrips. When you deal damage with a cantrip, you gain arcane synergy for 2 turns. That doesn't say a lot. What's arcane synergy? I think we can... I don't know if I want to attack them. That's the thing. When you make crossbow attacks within melee range, the attack rolls do not have disadvantage. Oh shit. Piercing shot inflicts gaping wounds for twice as long. Extra attack. This one is strong. And by strong I mean deals the most damage, it feels like. Extra attack, opportunity attack. See, since they're gift Yankee, I feel like they're gonna kill. Because, you know, they are like, they like kill. Gift Yankee parry, there it is. Parry, unarmed, and weapon attacks to reduce the damage by 10. Must be within a great sword, see the attacker, and you can't be incapacitated or restrained. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna approach them. Let's hope they don't kill me. I do have extra attack. I'm not afraid. I'm gonna win. Look at this. I mean, when push comes to shove.
Istik, state your purpose quickly.
I have the weapon Voss was looking for. They are Krish wanted found. I was infected by an illithid and was told to seek Githyanki Krish. Krish. Let me pass. Finding me will end badly for you. I mean, true, but also let's not do that for now. Your Githyanki here hate illithid. I have proof that they're invading. We need your help. My purpose is to wreak death upon you. That's so mean. Why? I'm an unmatched killer. You want me as your ally? I have the weapon Voss was looking for, that your crash wanted found. Who's Voss? I don't remember who Voss is. I mean, Lazo is not here, but if I say this, would they trust me? Hopefully. I'm gonna try it anyway.
You are infected. A gate thrall is something to eradicate, not reason with.
Okay. I've been infected for a while. Your doctors could study me. I found a weapon you seek. Want to explain to Voss why you killed me? I'm no thrall. I came here freely, didn't I? Who's Voss? I don't remember. And what's the weapon they seek? What? Am I missing something? I am definitely missing something, or I'm dumb. 113 for this? Fuck. I kinda want it though. Nah.
I would be more concerned than excited.
What is the weapon they seek? Is it the it's no artifact. Okay, let's try this. Want to explain to Voss why you killed me?
You've talked to one of our Queen's Silver Knights and hold the lost weapon. Prove it, Istik.
Oh, artifact.
I would be more concerned than excited.
Oh, why do I want to give the produce the artifact? Weapon is artifact? Oh shit. I messed up. I messed up. I speak as an avatar of Queen Vlaki. If you will let me pass Vinisk performance. Wow, I wonder if they actually eat this.
I would be more concerned than excited.
I mean, if they eat this, it would be kind of funny, to be honest. Let's do it. I'm dead. I'm dead. How is that difficult? How is that difficulty class 30? Alright, I'm dead. Goodbye, world. Yeah, I'm dead. Yeah, goodbye, world.
Concerned and excited.
All good.
Silence! I will tear her name from your impure tongue.
I suspected as much. I think I can kill you in one turn, to be honest. You know what? Let's try it. Gonna do this. Bonk. A miss, it's okay. Oh, this one uses bonus action. Let's bonk again. Bonk. Damage? I'll use my key point. Bonk bonk. God. Yeah, sure, I guess. Too many misses. Nuh-uh. Yeah, this one is a problem. You have no movement?
Moving.
Are you a mage or something? I'm gonna be angry. I'm angry. Nice damage.
Let's spill some blood. Let's find some prey.
I'm gonna try killing this one first. 65%, also normal range. Yeah. I don't want to risk getting seen. Just shoot him. I think this would kill. Or that could happen. See, offense pretty good, right?
Keep them guessing.
Oh boy, here they come. Weapon dropped? Wait, weapon dropped?
Take you.
That's a lot of spells. Level 4 spell slot 1. Oh god. Oh, this one needs bonus action. Interrupted? Okay. Ignis? Nice! We take those.
Keep going.
Oh shit, what was that? Mentally in shambles has disadvantage on intelligence and wisdom checks and saving throws. Nothing too bad about it. See, the funny thing is I'm a monk. What do you think I am? I'm an unarmed killer. Let me think. Why do I have 2 scorching rays? Stunning strike action key point. Can't do it again? Can't do it again? Just punch the shit out of them. Nah. Yours. Oh, we tried. That's kinda cool though. The first time I've seen deflect. Oh, you parried? Okay, you're dead. Hey, how you doing?
Let's have some carnage. Moving into the shadows.
Oh, they're high ground. Just shoot them, I guess. They're high ground. We take those.
I'm ready.
Too high? Oh, I think I have to jump from here to here. I'll let Karlak do it. Ignis! Nice. Nah, I'll save my... I'll save my spell slots. Let's use this one. What a heal, what a heal, what a heal. Oh shit. Okay, jump. Too high?
Have to keep going.
Oh, too far. Can I just push you down? No? Ah, crap, I tried. Get kicked. Ow. Hi, how you doing?
Feels good. Don't linger.
Not much I can do. I can drink a potion.
My faith will protect me. Onward.
Oh my god. Ignis!
Blood follows me everywhere.
Oh, get punched. Kill a character with unarmed strike? What? I've been doing that. Give Yankee crossbow. Martial weapons or heavy crossbow. Ooh. Looks like a really strong crossbow.
Hey-ho.
11 to 19. 5 to 20. 11? Wait, 11 to 19. When did I see 11 to 19? 6 to 17. 5 to 20. 1d10 plus 2. 1d6 plus 3. Grant resistance to fire and cold damage. Nah. Maybe Shadowheart can use it?
Wits and blades, always sharp.
No proficient? Ah, crap. Astarion is using hand crossbow. Yeah, it's okay. I'm not gonna change it then. Ooh. Let's do a short rest.
Better than nothing.
Gosh, then I can get disarmed.
Don't give me trouble now.
Oh. We take those. How to track an illithid. Documenting various tried and tested ways to track mind flayers and the result of each endeavor. Oh, shinies! Mine. Hi, Brian. Oh, there's more. How you doing? We're coming.
Yep.
The car.
Feels like we're walking into a trap.
Honestly, I don't love walking into a den of Killer Gith warriors. Especially not with the you-know-what still wriggling in our heads. The Gith probably think decapitation is a perfectly reasonable cure.
Yeah, I had a feeling now. You know, car. Ooh, shiny. Yeah, it's the same thing.
If this place is as inviting as other aspects of Githyanki culture, we'll be in for an interesting time to say the least.
I love how they all don't trust the gift, the Githyanki cure. And you're right. You know, they are right. I do. Oh, I do agree to what Astarion says. The cure is getting decapitated. I'm pretty sure. Hi, I killed your. How you doing?
The captain has little patience for your kind. You'd better not waste her time.
I think. Wait, is the captain?
Right, Garal. Life is infinitely better here watching this back door.
I'm not letting you bring me down. The Kithrak will appreciate me eventually.
Discover the artifact secret. What'd I do? A guard inside the Githyanki Krish told us to report to the captain. The guards at the entrance to the Githyanki Krish mentioned the captain. We should talk to these guards to find out more about what they're doing. Are they the captain?
Something of authority.
What? Will they not heed their just still?
They're not following orders. Poor conduct.
That will not serve them well in battle with Gake.
Hi.
Leave me alone. The watch must remain undisturbed.
Right.
I see they're letting even Istic mercenaries in these days.
I wish you were talking our tongue. I can't even understand what you're saying.
Six Arm of Tunra, Voidseekers, Myth and Gith.
No.
Light
It
on
was
my
some
feet.
war story.
You still have those? The ones about Kithrak Voss were my favorite.
Can I steal your things?
Quiet. Move with care. Have to keep low.
Very, very quiet. That's right, Araf. You're next on the list. That's why you're here, guarding nothing.
Have faith, Quinn. One day, Blackroot's light will shine upon us.
I don't know. It's rather dark down here, Rustil.
I'm not doing anything.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
I'm not doing anything.
I was. Good job they beat the subversion out of you.
Right, Garath. My life is infinitely better here watching this back door.
Oh,
I'm not letting you bring me down. The Kithrak will appreciate me eventually.
cliffside.
Cloak and dagger. My favorite.
Well, well. No one stopped me yet.
What? Well, they're not here. They're just...
I don't even know why I'm doing it at this point. But hey, it's part of the game. Oh god, camera. Oh, what? I cannot move my camera. Help. What am I looking at? Help. Okay, how do I even come from? Oh, wait, what is that?
Maybe I should... No, this is good.
Jump. Oh, a star is strong enough? Cool. Oh, wait, I've been here? Okay, so I guess we can explore what's inside then. Shadowheart?
I wonder what the next move is.
Yeah, sometimes the AI is just... Sometimes the NPC is just kinda... jank.
What to do?
No. It was some war story.
I used to love those. The ones about Kithrak of us were my favorite.
Oh wait, there's a trader. Oh, you're a trader.
Ugh. Blood, rust, scar. Is there no odious substance not smeared on this delivery? I'd heard this plane was disgusting, but I didn't think it would be like this.
There must be something worthwhile on this plane, or your kind wouldn't be here. Care to trade? Guarantee all my stuff spotless.
Fine, but your paraphernalia had better be pristine.
Oh! Dragon slaying? God, I hate them. Hi, Evie. Knife of the Under Mountain King. It's a short sword. Organ Rearranger. The wielder scores a critical hit when rolling a 19. When they roll 2 damage or less, re-roll the dice, taking the highest result. What? Shadow Blade. You have advantage on attack rolls against lightly or heavily obscured targets when using this blade. It's a short sword. No one used short sword here. Unless... Can Astarion use it? Oh. Oh, wait a minute. Astarion can use this. Oh. Also, I hope you're doing good, Evie. Set the wearer's dexterity score to 18. Enchantment has no effect if the dexterity score is higher without it. Attack plus 1? My dexterity is like 19 or some shit, right?
HII cute streamer. Did you know that you are beautiful? Yip yup, wonderful too. Yup yip, amazing yup yip,
Yup,
incredible, yip borg.
Borg?
Cutie cutie cute.
Yip Borg? Wait a minute, we have a dog here? Thank you, Evie. Oh my god. I'm buying this one. Deals double damage to dragons? Damn, I hate that. Daredevil gloves. +1 bonus to spell attack rolls? I don't care. Vital conduit boots. When the wearer casts a spell that requires concentration, they gain 8 temporary H point. Athletics. Steel physiology. Reduce incoming bludgeoning, piercing, slashing damage by 1. This weapon is invisible while equipped. It loses this property for 2 rounds on a missed attack roll. What? What does that have to do with any weapon? You gain advantage on attack rolls against concentrating creatures. Hi Rocket, is Bob here? Nice. Say hi to Bob for me. I think I need this one as well. Hand crossbow +1 for Astarion. Supreme healing. I like that. Yeah, Bob is here. Nice. No. That's my ball. Dang it, my money. I'm keeping this one for now. Wait a minute. Yeah. Okay, the bone is here. Very important bone. The bone that Scratch gives me. I don't like the dead silence in this place. Why? Why is it dead silence? Additional level 1 spell slot. Drink to gain advantage on concentration saves and against being charmed. Magic can't put you to sleep. Replace the effect with other elixirs when drunk. So this one. Once per turn when you kill a foe, you gain 5 temporary hit points. And the additional action. Whoa. Is this like until long rest? If so, that's pretty strong. Because it says once per turn, I'm gonna assume that it lasts for a while. Increase your armor class to 16. Increase your size, deal an additional 1d4 damage. Advantage, strength checks, saves. Okay. Plus 2 bonus attack rolls when with the oiled weapon. Isn't that good? Transforms the target's fire resistance to fire vulnerability. Targets that are immune to fire damage are unaffected. Okay. Money. Each target receives a -3 penalty to spell attack rolls and spell save DC. And disadvantage on saving throws for maintaining concentration for 2 turns. Ooh. I can like this one. Level 2 spell slot. Additional. Ooh.
On your way then.
Thank you. You are quite friendly for a gift, Yankee.
Never a dull moment.
There we go. Okay. I mean, weight-wise not as good because there's 2 kobolds. I have 2 kobolds in my inventory. These guys are actually kobolds. They're kobold inside this barrel, so I'm bringing them with me. There's 2 in the camps. I'm only bringing 2 because they're quite heavy. But I love them. Waypoint. Nice, okay. Crystal vase. Crash Elic. Hi.
An Estic allowed to soil our halls. Chick.
Chick.
Gotta respect these Gith. They don't fool around.
I heard they're making us join the patrol soon.
Oh, I'm more than
The
aware,
search must be
trust
going
me.
badly.
I've had plenty of training in what to expect from them.
Quanirel.
In that case, lead on, miss.
I love how there's just carnage here. Like, it's bloody as heck here. And then no one cares inside. It's like, yeah, sure, they died. Oh, or boo-hoo. Alright, move on. Hi.
What if they don't find the weapon? Do we even know it? An Istic? But you can't be here. I can't be seen with you. The Chakrai.
What?
Quanirel. The Inquisition have more to worry about than who you talk to in the corridors.
I'm with the Inquisition. Tell me what you're gossiping about now. Deception proficiency? Oh, +3 intimidation as well. Tell me the Inquisition's purpose, or I'll make mince pulp of your younglings. Let's not say that, but I can try deception. What were you talking about again? Please don't be a DC 30. Oh, thank you. Alright. I have a chance, Alright. We take those.
Nothing, Rastil.
We were only talking about what you already know. About the weapon. The one the Kithrak can't find.
Quanirel? Keep your mouth shut. You're going to get us in deep, Skva.
No, definitely don't keep your mouth shut. What else do you know? Where can I find the other Inquisitors? What else do you know?
The Kithrak is very worried about the Gate threat. Before you came here, discovering what is happening in Moonrise Towers was our main focus. We heard the Kithrak say the Inquisitor is wasting her time with this search for a weapon.
Ah.
We? Don't bring me into it. I know when to keep my mouth shut.
I mean, again, Moonrise Towers. I'm not even surprised. All things seems to lead to Moonrise Towers, right? Small portrait of Vlakith.
This imposing portrait depicts a powerful Githyanki warrior, undeniably regal in her mien. In the corner of the painting is a small symbol you can't quite place.
If only I can see the picture well. Draw a new face. draw a new face onto the portrait? Man, I'm gonna get destroyed by the Githyanki tribe. Yeah. Yeah. I want to draw the face on the portrait. This calls for a little bit of a vandalism. Oh, let's go. Why am I doing this? I don't know. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Uh-huh.
You take a moment to fully appreciate your masterpiece.
Nice. That is so good looking.
She certainly looks a little less regal now.
Yeah. Stop standing there, run away. Yes, hi, nothing happened. Vandalized portrait of Vlakith.
What is this? Skva! I need to get rid of it before the Inquisitor sees.
Yeah, don't worry about it. All the Inquisitors coming. The Inquisitor's coming. Hi.
No, no, no. Oh, the Inquisitor will have our necks for this.
Oh man, gosh, I'm sorry. I don't know how that happened. Oh god. Hi. What? What? Someone in the chest?
Not now, Kachuki. We're busy.
Why is the chest making an awful noise?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Whatever it is, I think you should stop because you're not having a good time. Kids like this will not listen to something like this.
No.
Yeah. Yes, stop it. Let the thing out. If you won't stop, then I want it. How do I play? Yeah, stop it. Let that thing out.
Nuh-uh. We're having fun.
Nuh-uh. Look here, little shits. I said stop. Look here, little shit. I'm folding my hands. I will kill you. No, actually not. I'm not gonna. Look here, little shits. Oh, please be a 4. Ah, god damn it, really? One less because of guidance? Well.
Ugh, you're boring. Come on, Rajak. Let's show them how to have...
Yeah, fun.
I guess I cannot do it again. What if there's a kobold inside? You know, that's the thing.
This, Rajak?
Sounds like a baby.
Aim, breathe, and...
Maybe it's not a kobold.
Not now, Kachuki. We're busy.
Oh, I can try again.
Wouldn't you like to know? No, nah, we're having fun.
Alright, let's try. Oh, bardic inspiration? Oh. 5 to 13 total bonus, we take those. How much is this? 2-1. I can't believe it. Alright.
Fine. If you're going to be a big baby about it.
A big, ugly baby?
Open it up then. It's all yours.
Yeah, all mine, thanks.
Let's move.
It's locked.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
Hi.
If I'm seen speaking with an Istik, Captain Therazin will never let me join the patrol.
Wonder what's past this.
Oh, 18, wow. Think this is enough? 3? Let's go. Oh. Oh. What is happening? What? Hi, cheesecake. What? AC 24? Oh, mirror image. How you doing, cheesecake? Cool. Oh. Why do I have to fight this thing? Okay, I guess. Sorry. Oh god. Oh god, I feel terrible. I thought I can talk to it. Hope you're doing good, cheesecake.
Time to take a load off, isn't it?
Oh, cheesecake, do you know there's kobold in this game? I took a few pictures yesterday. I took a few pictures of kobold. I mean, these are the only kobolds I saw. They're like drunk or some shit. Yeah, they're drunk lizards. Look at look at them. There's no brain in there. There's no brain in here, I think. The kobolds in this game are so adorable. Too bad they're all hostile. I'm good, just did some chores, streamed myself drawing my cheesecake self as a stork. Oh, and 5 with a lot of lovely beans. Also, now I'm watching a super duper amazing ultra cutie beam. Wow! All of them sounds good, cheesecake. Hell yeah. Look at them, they look so dumb, they're drunk, and I love them, they're perfect. I wish I can see them in motion again, but man, I'm not here. I'm not in this place anymore. I decided not to kill them. They are all like hostile. They are like all red colored. So if I see them or if they see me, it's fight time. So I don't want to fight them. Also, I should show you this. Let me save real quick. You see these barrels here? See this barrel? This barrel has kobold inside. Oh, are they not gonna drink anymore? Oh, when you play a bit of fast mode? Nice! I did play a little bit of fast mode as well. Just a little bit. Oh, they don't drink anymore. But yeah, I did save, so let me bonk this and then you see a kobold. The kobold is inside the barrel. But I just wanted to show you this. See, they are drunk as fuck inside the barrel. That's so adorable. So before I get these barrels with kobolds inside, they are like, you can hear them drinking in the barrel. It's so adorable. I love them. They're perfect. The kobolds are perfect. I love them 200%. A drunk Druxon. Nah, don't worry. I'll never get drunk. I'm not in. I don't like alcohol, to be honest. I don't drink them. Like, at all.
So Githyanki sleep in beds too? How conventional.
Camera? Why? A yip sin? Oh god. A yip sin. Hi. We found the crash infirmary. We should speak to whoever runs it. This guy? This person? Sure.
There's a parasite nearby. You should take a closer look.
Ooh, specimen. I don't want to get the parasite. I never use a single parasite. Like, they're still here. And I think there's two in there's two on Gale. I believe anyway.
A parasite brimming with magic. Take it.
No, what do you mean? There's 3 specimens here. If I take it, I'm gonna die. Everyone's gonna kill me. No. Hi, how are you doing?
Vertical incision from pineal eye to end of notochord. Intestinal coloration consistent with samples 231 to 259. Do you have a question? Or are you just going to stand there gawking?
Is that thing so still alive? I've got a tadpole needs removing. Can you help me? Okay, let's just be straightforward because, you know, Githyanki are quite straightforward creatures. I just hope that I don't need to fight the whole thing because their cure doesn't seem like cure to me. Their cure seems like decapitation, but hey, I could be proven wrong.
You must be desperate to seek my aid. Tell me, how long have you been infected?
A few days. I stopped counting when I ran out of fingers. Longer than you expect Ceramorphosis to take, and with none of the symptoms. Too long, just get this thing out of me. Longer than you expect Ceramorphosis to take, and with none of the symptoms.
Fascinating. So you're conscious of your infection, but showing no signs of cerebral impairment. Either your tadpole is special, or you are.
Please don't take my eyeball away again.
We must find out which.
Are you gonna kill
Go
me?
to the Zaithisk. I will ensure you are cured.
Wow, shit. What will the Zaithisk do? And the Zaithisk is?
The apparatus at the top of those stairs. Quickly now. Time is of the essence.
I'm scared.
Even Githyanki rarely experiences Zaithisk. You are very lucky, Istik.
I'm scared. Am I gonna die from this? Am I gonna be in this thing? That don't look good. That looks like something that would kill me. I don't know how I feel about this. Alright, I'm going in.
The device is strange, made of taut flesh and pockmarked metal.
Oh, it's moving.
It waits for something. You feel your parasite stir.
Do not fear. My experience in operating this machine is unparalleled. There is nothing on any plane stronger than a Zaithisk for curing unwanted afflictions.
It's alive. Look to your companions for guidance. Yeah, what do you think about this, y'all?
Never stick your head in an extra planar torture device. A rule to live by.
Karlak is so against this. The two of them has nothing to say about this though. Will it hurt me?
More than ceremorphosis.
I'm curious. People keep saying curiosity kills the cat. It happened to me multiple times already. But I'm just so curious. Let me look at this thing. I'm going in. I'm dead. I'm so dead. Oh, goodbye everyone. It's nice knowing y'all. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit.
Your body grows cold, its warmth sapped by the cold metal seat. The machine awakens.
Yep, I'm dead. Oh my god. Yep, goodbye world. This is great.
You must focus on the parasite at all times. The Zaithisk will do the rest.
I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm so... Oh, I'm dead.
Waves of magic weave themselves tightly around your head. The tadpole squirms and contracts. It's trying to hide.
I'm dead. Oh.
You realize the device is hunting your parasite, but it's doing so blindly. Without direction, your faculties could be permanently damaged. Your
Oh,
skull
boy.
groans and bends under the pressure. Then agony.
Follow the doctor's instructions. Seek the tadpole. -1 intelligence. I'm dead. I am dead. Persistence and bless. I can only choose one. No. Oh no, I don't have inspiration. I'm gonna die from this. I gotta die. It's 12. I don't try. Oh. Okay, let's go. Oh, okay, let's go. Okay.
Through waves of torment, you search for the parasite's lurking presence.
Come on.
The device searches too. You sense its hunger, its craving. It wants the tadpole, but maybe something more.
That's it. Ignore the pain. Think of the tadpole. Think of it purged.
Why are you so happy about this?
It's too much. You can't take it. Get out of there now!
The parasite burrows deeper, sinking its teeth into your brain's exposed tissue.
Oh, I'm dead.
It sucks greedily.
I'm dead.
You feel yourself ebbing away, while the parasite only grows stronger. It's evolving.
Stay calm, guy. Guy took. I don't know. I'm knee deep into this. I'm already knee deep into this. But the saving throw is +2 wisdom and +1 from forbidden knowledge. Can I even get out at this point? I'm pretty sure if I choose get out, I'm still gonna die anyway. God damn it. Okay. Saving throw. Oh god. Oh god, why is it 15? Why is it... I don't have inspiration. I'm gonna die. I got a crit success for now. I fear the game's not gonna give me something above 10. Oh, okay. Prove me wrong again, game. Thank you. Oh, okay, thank goodness.
That's it. You're almost there. The Zaith'isk never fails.
The device yearns for the creature, for every part of you tainted by its presence. You will be consumed.
I guess
the
I'm...
tadpole quivers. A different magic is building within it. This one is ancient. Rotten.
No. No more.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait, the dream visitor is bad? Wait, the dream visitor is a tadpole? Whoa, wait, that is wild. Never in 100 years will I think about this. The dream visitor is a tadpole? Keep going, complete the extraction. +2 constitution, monk saving throw. Channel your ki, flood the creature with your essence. Focus on ancient magic, feed it with your own. Bard saving throw. Harmonize with the tadpole's magic, amplify it. I mean, monk saving throw seems like the one to do. Because +2 wisdom and +1 forbidden knowledge. Bard is just nothing. The rest of the saving throw is okay. Definitely not to focus on ancient magic because me is am big dumb, no INT. Oh boy, oh boy. I don't think I'm gonna be lucky the third time. I feel like I'm gonna die here. Or not. Wow, okay. I am very surprised. Okay.
You pour yourself into the tadpole's putrid magic. Its strength multiplied. It unleashes on the machine. The two forces fuse violently together. Your brain their conduit. Your body and mind drift apart. You are being undone.
I'm dead.
Enough.
Oh. Oh. Goodbye, world. Oh, I'm alive?
Swims back into focus. Your mind is intact, yet unfamiliar. Inside it, the tadpole lives on, and you feel different.
Damn.
No! The Zaith'isk! What have you done? My life's work gone.
And yet you live, and so does your parasite.
There's something in her voice that goes beyond rage. Curiosity, perhaps, or regret. Whatever it is, you cannot identify it.
You almost killed me. You're wrong. The parasite is dead. I felt it die. Now is not the time to lie. The parasite lives, yes, and thank goodness it saved me. Your Zaith'isk tried to kill me and failed. Pretend the Zaith'isk wrecked your brain further. You don't know what she's talking about. You know, I like this performance roles. I know I have deception proficiency +3, but I kind of want to perform. This is so stupid, but I'm gonna do it. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. Performance. Oh shit. Oh.
The Zaithisk must have damaged you when it was destroyed.
Yeah.
Frustrating. I should have liked to have found out what happened. But I have no use for gibbering idiots. Leave me.
Incredible. Your parasite is even stronger now.
I don't like that. Why is my parasite even stronger now? Anything change? I mean, nothing changed. What was that? What's the point of that shit? We attempted to remove our parasites using the Githyanki purification device, but it failed and almost killed us. Our parasite must be very unusual. Well, yeah.
Smoke rises like hot breath, but whatever semblance of life once powered the Zaithisk is gone.
The Zaithisk? Hi.
Go on. My time is vital. Do not squander it.
Research notes. Documenting with clinical precision the dissection of over 200 edited parasites recorded in a common tongue. Observations, external representation consistent with previous samples, but intestinal coloration is not. Internal fluids also appear discolored and infused with some sort of powerful magic. Magic type and purpose currently unknown. You spend some time reading about the magic in this land. To Narav, extensive as they are, do not cover whatever this magic is. These parasites are unusual. I will need to retrieve similarly unusual samples in order to deduce a pattern. So what do I get from that? Nothing? It just says that my parasite is stronger now? I don't think I like that. Well, that was fun. Oh, I'm pretty sure my friend has something to say about that.
Gods! So much for our cure. That thing almost popped you like a watermelon. The search continues and continues.
May the darkness protect you.
You have nothing to say about that?
This is what happens when you trust the Gith. They strap you to a machine and try to kill you. At least there's no permanent damage done, or not too much permanent damage. I suppose time will tell.
It's unusual for Astarion to care so much about me. Wow, Astarion. Well, we.
Might be useful.
Hatchery?
It smells awful in here.
Strange gas? Oh, it's a hatchery. Wait, they're born in acid? Hi.
Traps. How considerate.
Traps in acid? Hi.
Istik are permitted to view the birthing pools now. These are strange times. Step carefully while here. Our hatchery is protected by lethal safeguards. I do not wish to pick your remains from them.
Fair point, fair point. You could point the tramps? I'd definitely avoid them then.
Amusing. You may speak to the Varsh if you wish, but stay away from the egg. There will be no second warning.
Hey, I respect that. It's eggs. Who's Varsh? You're so far away. How am I supposed to get to you without dying? Can I actually step in this acid? I'm gonna save. Oh my god, I am not doing that. Holy shit, ow. Oh, I think I found a better way to do that.
All's well that ends not as bad as it could have.
Please come out.
Investigation check. Let's have everyone stay here. I'll do the jump one by one.
Careful, I might. Oh dear. Someone's left a trap out for us.
Astardo cannot jump this far. Otherworldly miasma? Otherworldly miasma? Oh, hi Fang.
Oh dear. Someone's left a trap out for us. Something different.
Oh, fuck.
Traps. How considerate.
How you doing, Fang? Safe from repulsion mine? What does that even do?
I'd love to, thanks. Soldier?
Don't you want to fight with your brothers and sisters?
Good jump, good jump.
A trap. Time to dance.
Oh, there's only one egg. Okay. Been fireman? Nice.
A long way to go still.
Good vibes, good vibes. Oh, it's gonna hurt a little bit. I'm sure it's fine. All good. That a kobold? I was a kobold once. They locked me in a room, a scaly room D&D. D&D made me a kobold. Honestly, I don't know anything about D&D. I just like kobolds in general. Hi, freshly baked croissant. How you doing? Welcome in. Kobolds are great. I love kobolds. Alright, I'm sure this is gonna be fine. That emote is wonderful, by the way.
Please come out.
Chess Lupine, hi. Were you and two other kobolds in the trench coat? Don't call them out.
You can tell Kithrak Therazin that my position has not changed. The egg requires more time. Furthermore...
Oh.
I was not expecting an Istik. What brings you to my hatchery?
I came here to steal an egg. Nah, I'm not gonna steal egg. I'm not gonna anger the whole Githyanki camp. I'll die. But you're waiting for one last egg to hatch.
Most caretakers would not give the child its fair chance. But I shall. There could be greatness in that shell.
You note that the hope in his voice is tinged
my
with
God, you
weariness.
stop simpling.
It's the voice of a man who's fought the inevitable for a long time.
I need dragons to simp. There's no dragons. There's only dragon. I mean, the dragon bone looks pretty good already. Okay, yeah, fine. Fair. It's a voice of a man who's fought the inevitable for a long time. This seems like an awful lot of fuss for one egg. What will happen to this egg if it doesn't hatch? Why do you care so much about one dud egg? Persuasion? I'll try. Oh boy. I don't have inspiration. Please don't. Oh god. Well. Yeah. Please don't kill me.
I do not midwife the birth of your young. Do not tell me how to care for mine. Time for you to leave, I think, Istik. And do not touch the egg. Enough. Be on your way.
Should mind my step.
You know, the thing is, what if this is an... What if? And I mean, what if? This egg right here is not actually a Githyanki egg. This egg right here is a dragon egg. See, what if, right? Time to steal a baby. I don't know, I want to persuade them to give me the egg. Hey, Astarion, you wanna try talking to...
Don't you want to fight with your brothers and sisters?
Yeah, see, the thing is, what if that's an actual dragon egg? And then there will be a kobold looking after a dragon? Oh.
You can tell, Kithrak, I was not expecting an Istik. What brings you to my hatchery?
I wanted to see the hatchery. I didn't expect it to look so empty. Oh.
Almost all of the eggs in its clutch have hatched. We await only one more, which is taking its time. Most caretakers would not give the child its fair chance.
You note that the hope in his voice is tinged with weariness. It's the voice of a man who's fought the inevitable for a long time.
Persuasion proficiency and persuasion expertise. I'm doing it. Oh, yeah. Oh, nice. Dang, that's a low number.
Not all that arrive late are weak. I created this entire hatchery, despite being the last of my clutch to hatch. They almost drowned me in the hatching pool, if it wasn't for the Vash of my clutch. This one deserves the same chance.
It's the same thing. I need to persuade again. Let me help. I can take it somewhere safe. See, I can persuade to not steal the baby, but persuade them to give me the baby. And what if it's a dragon, you know? It's a chance, because I heard that Githyanki ride dragons. So maybe there's a chance? I hope. I don't know. I'm gonna get the egg. I want the egg. It could be a dragon in there. Please work. Game, please, not like this. In the one. Oh my god, there goes my bardic inspiration.
No. The child will be safer with me. I know what it needs. This is my duty. I will protect it.
Oh, fine.
Enough.
Oh, alright. Third try. Hey, Carla.
Let's go.
Hey, Carla, give it a try.
I've got a long road ahead.
Once per long rest. God, I don't have bardic inspiration anymore.
Wanna dance?
You can tell Kithra I was not expecting an istic.
I came here to steal an egg.
To my hatchery.
Okay, if Carla cannot do it, I might have to fight the whole Gift Yankee tribe here. I might have to fight the whole Gift Yankee. I want the egg. I don't want to steal it. But when push comes to shove, drastic measures has to be... I don't know.
You note that the hope in his voice is tinged with weariness. It's the voice of a man who's fought the inevitable for a long time.
Come on, Carla, you got this. Ah. Twice? You give me crit fail twice.
I do not midwife the birth of you. Time for you to... Please come out.
Let's get on with it.
I trust you, Shadowheart. I trust you. Could always save Scum, perhaps? Only for this time, I might. Because I did mention that I don't really want to save Scum as much. Well, as much. For the egg, I might. Let's try to persuade again.
You can... I was not expecting an istic. What... Most...
You note that the hope in his voice is tinged with weariness. It's the voice of a man who's fought the inevitable for a long time.
Oh. Oh. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, this might work. Prevented from attacking you, gain advantage on charisma checks in dialogue. Let's hope this works. I have -1 on charisma. -1! I cannot. I cannot. What is this?
I do not midwife. Time for you. Don't you want to fight with your brothers? Enough.
I don't know if I want to save Scum this one. I want to. Alright, just this once. Okay, I really want to get the egg. I'm allowed to save Scum once, alright? Only in this occasion. I haven't saved Scum as much, alright? Only this time? For the egg? Because it could be a dragon egg, and I'm very serious about this. I want the egg. Although I might be very upset if the egg turns out to not be a dragon.
Traps. How considerate.
Alright, let's do the jumpy jumps again.
Still alive, so that's progress.
What a hatchery.
Keep your distance, darling. Be careful. There are traps about. Traps? How considerate.
My face protects me.
Oh, it's gonna hurt a bit. It's fine. Ow.
No time for Danny.
Come on now. It's time to come out.
Attention!
See, I keep thinking that it might be a dragon egg because, you know, the odd one out. Sometimes that happens, and it's like, it may not be a gift Yankee egg.
Let's get going.
Alright, let's try it. Oh, I should save you.
Don't you want to fight with your brothers and sisters? You can tell I was not expecting an istic. What brings you to my hatchery?
I heard you're waiting for one last egg to hatch. Oh.
Most caretakers.
You note that the hope in his voice is tinged with weariness. It's the voice of a man who's fought the inevitable for a long time.
Alright, alright. That's the first one, that's the first one.
Not all that are. They almost drowned me, and this one deserves the same chance.
I can help, you can trust me. Okay, fine, you cannot trust me. I guess you cannot trust me. Come on, game, I'm just trying to get the egg.
Never wanted the easy path. No time to dally.
You know, Shadowheart might have the best chance. Let's use the bardic inspiration on Shadowheart because of advantage.
You can tell I was not expecting an istic. What? Almost most.
You note that the hope in his voice is tinged with weariness. It's the voice of a man who's fought the inevitable for a long time.
Let's try it. Oh, nice. See, advantage is good.
Not all. This one deserves the same chance.
Charmed. And I can do guidance now, alright. Let's go! Let's go! The egg is mine! The egg is mine! Yes! Yes! Egg! Eggu, eggu, eggu! Oh my god, eggu, eggu, eggu! Let me help! I can help you!
You? What do you know about Gith Yankee child rearing? Still, the captain's due for an inspection any day now. And if she sees it here...
It's gonna destroy it.
Tell me, what will you do with it if I entrust it to you?
Oh no. Depends, how much do you think these things sell for? I'll make the best omelette you ever did. Oh my god, that's so mean. I'll find another crash, one that's more forgiving. Omelette? No. Not an omelette. To say I'll raise it as if it were my own flesh and blood is a little... I don't know, if people were to say this to me, I feel like they're untrustworthy. But I don't know what else I expect them to say. Like, I could say I'll find another crash, one that's more forgiving. But like, how can I even find other one? Maybe you can. Maybe he can tell me. You know, let's try this one.
Do you think the Sword Coast is
Oh.
littered with creches? That you found this one was unlikely enough. But you've a spirit about you that's quite inspiring. Perhaps even equal to the challenge. I can no longer ignore that Kithrak Thurizen's patience has its limits. Very well. Here. Take these. They will aid your approach to the egg. Please come out.
Eee, so the egg is now mine. Caretaker's K. Care. That's like using an owl bear egg for camping supply. No, oh my god. No, the owl bear egg is still in my traveler's chest. I know how to use them. Acidic surfaces don't affect you and you are resistant to acid damage.
At least things have stayed interesting. Is that blood? No, never mind.
Alright, I'm gonna go get the egg now. Oh, it's white now. Yeah. Mine.
God, it smells awful in here.
Well, yeah. Oh.
A large green egg with an uneven shell. You can see a vague outline of something within it.
Crush the egg beneath your foot. Why? Let me touch the egg first.
The egg is warm to the touch. The rough shell like slate beneath your fingers.
Dragon.
Within is stirring ever so slightly.
Dragon. It could be. Pick it up gingerly and stuff it in your pack. Mine. Oh. I got the egg. You can go now.
You've got the egg, haven't you? Be on your way then. Before I change my mind.
Alright, fair enough. Thank you. Alright, one at a time. Wait. Whoa. Githyanki lay eggs? I'm gonna stop thinking about it for a little bit. Is Githyanki D&D race only? Because I never see a Githyanki in another game or just Githyanki in general.
Hey, good looking.
Hey, all good. Starion?
Well, hello.
Boots?
Shah's blessings upon you.
Have a lot on my mind, and in it.
I think Feather 4 is a little... This boot is good for Astarion. I'm keeping it.
Alright, what now? I've got a long road ahead.
Alright, we got an egg. How heavy is this egg though? 20 kilogram? I'm telling you, this is a dragon egg. I'm calling it. I'm so calling it. It's a dragon egg. See, I even have a kobold in my inventory. Kobold inventory.
Best be on my way.
Oh, I am not done fixing this.
This imperious portrait of the Githyanki warrior queen seems somewhat less so when adorned with your embellishments.
Embellishments. Think we're done here? I don't think there's not... I think there's not much to do in this place. Like, I think the main thing is just you know, the thing. Whatever the thing that tried to kill me, yeah, that one. Don't mind a few death Githyanki here. It's just normal stuff.
Haven't had enough yet?
Yeah, I don't think there's not much I can sell, to be honest. Okay, so potion-wise, let's all give it to... Let's all give it to Shadowheart, potion-wise. Like the heals. Feels like Shadowheart is gonna need it. As Shadowheart is our team's healer, yeah. She can throw potions to heal, so I think that's pretty good. Hmm? Classroom? What a classroom.
Perhaps a tadpole has already addled your brain. Is that it?
My brain is fine.
Avril! Stop this insufferable whining.
Damn.
Shocky! Why do you keep hesitating? My instructions were clear.
Because they don't make sense. Killing each other like this. It's stupid. Or for you.
Silence! It seems your childish prattling is attracting an audience. You fight again. This time, daggers only. And to the death, as instructed. Who wants to challenge this sniveling Istark?
I'll bring him to the edge of death, leave him asking why he deserves to live. Stand back and relish the blood show. Killing your own soldiers is an odd strategy for winning a war. Persuasion? No, this is too far. He learned his lesson. I mean, I don't want to say that's too far because, you know, it's Githyanki teaching, but, you know, this is what I would say in a situation like this. Killing your own soldiers is an odd strategy for winning a war, yeah. Like, why?
Cowards are not tolerated in our ranks, though I gather they are welcome in yours.
Okay, fair. I'm gonna persuade them, see what they do. Oh. I should have never tried to persuade you. I am so sorry. Well then. 20? Oh no. Yeah, cool beans.
And yet here you are, pathetically pleading for the same useless mercy. This is how we deal with a weakened enemy.
Oh, shit.
Ah, a true warrior's kill. Quick, bloody, and a scream to curdle the stomach juices of Vlaakith herself. Move him out of the way. We've wasted enough time already.
Hmm.
You are well on your way to being gate food. Do better.
Interesting. They don't even care.
This Gith slate looks like the other. Another story about the Githyanki prince.
This is Vlaakith.
The red dragon spell with reckless anger and the heavens erupted. Glorious prince cried to all who would hear him, "Praise be to my mother, give the queen of the one sky, sacrificed to the hells up by the renegade Vlaakith." But the true heir, the prince of the comet, could not overcome Vlaakith's knights and their ill-gotten worms. Mighty Voss, still Kithrak, lit the astral sky aflame when the ash had cleared. Beloved Orpheus was gone. You think Laser would be interested in this?
A gate across the floor by now.
Hi.
Did you enjoy our little demonstration? A mere taste of the power Vlaakith commands.
If that boy was a taste of Vlaakith's power, I don't have much to worry about. Your demonstration was reprehensible. I'm curious, what makes them fight to the death? Why was the boy refusing to fight? Yeah, I'm curious. Why make them fight to the death?
Our wars are waged against Gake, not bandits and petty thieves. The slightest mistake, the smallest hesitation, and you die. The warrior next to you dies, 100 more behind them. So we ensure that in our ranks, there are no mistakes. I wouldn't expect an Istik to understand. On this plane, inadequacy is expected.
I mean, they have dragons. Of course, they're gonna fight the Gake. Gake is the Squidmans, right?
Slice flesh, no hesitation.
Did you see that? What a wimp! I'm way braver than Val.
Gate have 6 major arteries. No, wait, 7. Stop distracting me. I have to learn this or the Savash will get angry. Again.
Oh, hi. Why is it red around me? Why is it red around here? Why? Has it always been red? I don't trust this. Hi.
Unless you want to be set up as target practice, I suggest you leave, Istik.
Okay, fine. Jeez. Wow. Oh, it's red because I'm not wanted here. it's red because I'm trespassing. That's new. I don't think I ever trespassed in this game ever. Oh, I never seen this. Never seen this function. Okay, we done the hatchery and everything. Nothing else is here. I think I can just, yeah, I think I can just get out. Not much else to do here, I feel like. Yeah, there's nothing if I jump down. Nah, I'm not gonna jump down. Hmm? Hi, Roxy's who? I thought the blood of whatever land thing is here. Isn't it? The blood? Yump? Maybe yump? I'm not gonna yump now.
The blood of Lathander, spilled in holy battle with Samaster, immortalized here for all to worship.
Yeet the kobold? I did yesterday. Yesterday I yeeted a few kobold and I locked the safe because I don't want to kill them. They're too adorable. How can you kill kobolds? You can, I cannot. Or I don't wanna. See, look at them. They're here. Look at the special kobolds. Look at them. They're so dumb. I love them. They're so dumb. They're so dumb. Oh, this one is not awake yet. They're drunk? Well, yeah, they're drunk. I didn't call them dumb. Look, I'm dumb, okay? As a kobold, I can call fellow kobolds dumb, I'm pretty sure. I mean, look, my INT is 8, alright? I'm allowed to say that. Seems like something here. Right? We'll make a strength warlock? Why? I mean, isn't warlock charisma? I wonder if Esteron can make this jump. Oh, nice. I'll always play monk because I can... Oh, the eagles! I forgot!
Let me guess. Defeat. Well, it's to be expected. Eagles are invincible after all.
I just haven't gotten around to it yet.
Typical arrogance. Remember, tall one, pride comes before the fall. A very long fall.
Emily, hi. God, it's a bird. Thanks for the lepo. How you doing?
Yep,
Oh, car.
Yep.
Maybe I should get the eagle, but I don't know how to get to the eagle. Just checking in how's things. Things are pretty well. Found Cobalt, trying to find a friendly one, according to Drake, saying that there's like actual friendly one. Excited, but at the same time, don't know where I'm going. Cannot jump there? Invalid target? Okay, so I guess nothing else to do here, question mark? I'm okay. Thought I'll try and catch you again. You okay? Yeah. Good to know you're doing okay. I had 2 big cups of coffee today, but I'm still feeling a little sleepy. Loot the bodies? I already did. I've been here before. Yeah, they're all empty. Down here, maybe? How do you take your coffee? Cold brew. I love cold brew. Oh! How do you take your coffee? Cold brew? Oh my god. Not rotten. Ugh. I mean, I guess I'm very inclined... Thinky. I'm very inclined to getting cold brew just because how hot Malaysia is constantly. It's eternal summer. So yeah, cold drinks are very desirable here. That doesn't look good. To Goblin Camp? Oh! Oh, this is to the Goblin Camp. Oh! So, Goblin Camp is from here. One of them, I think here is the Underdark. Probably somewhere. Yeah, Underdark, and here's I can still go here. Ooh, okay. I get you. Do my coffee iced? Yeah. Iced coffee is great. I love them. Flaming Fist helmet. I mean, even though there's like Starbucks in this place, I never really go to like... See, the thing is, I never really go to coffee shops like Starbucks or like some... No, there are shops that sells coffee exclusively. They have like different names for each coffee. I only know Lasol espresso, I think, and some other ones, a lot of like whatever name they are. Those things is mega expensive, by the way. Each cup is like 12 to 13 ringgit. Depends on what you add and also what you order still, you know. But man, a coffee costs more than 10 ringgit? That's insane. I go to local, like I go to like kopitiam. Sorry, I go to... Oh, it's a walk-in rest. Oh shit. I go to eatery, right? I go to like local eatery that's like, you know, not restaurants or some shit. And then their coffee is like, I can order like a huge cup of coffee for like only 5 ringgit and they taste really good. So like, I can see why, at least in Miri, or in Miri I would say, which is the place I'm in, a lot of people don't go to shops like that. If they want to drink coffee, they just go to like eatery instead. It's way more affordable and the coffee tastes actually good. Gobo Slaughter time? No idea, as I've not played. It's all good. Gobo Slaughter is at my third or fourth session of this game, I believe. It's been a long time. I already killed all the Gobos.
Blessed be you, pilgrim. Take respite now in the dawn's loving gaze.
Looks like Lathander, god of the dawning sun.
Oh, it's a Karen. Yeah, this is the Karen. Speaking of cold drinks, I want pina colada now? I don't know what that is. Sounds like a very high-class drink. How do you say gaoji? I don't know. I feel like I sort of explored this place to its entirety. Let's go try to get the giant eagles somewhere. It's not high class, it's a tiki cocktail. I don't know, I never had cocktails before. Cocktail sounds high class to me. I don't know. It's alcoholic, right? Cocktail? Or is it not?
Stand your ground! Keep them busy! The thunder, forgive me. We have to fire the lance.
Pineapple juice, coconut water. Oh, wow, 椰子水 oh, yo. I think that's pretty good. Pineapple juice, coconut water, milk, and room? Room? Well, now room is new to me. Oh, that's the eagle. Should save here. Oh shit, not Karlak. Karlak, you have no speak with animals! This is bad. The giant eagle regards you in disdain. Animal handling. Turn away from the eagles as you approach, indicating that you are not interested in its nest. Oh. That's a bit of a problem, isn't it? I'm gonna kill them. Oh god, oh god. No, Wes, you don't have animals speaking. This is why I save. I want to know what the eagles are talking. This is not safe scamming. This is not safe scamming. Look, this is a mistake, alright? I didn't mean to let Karlach initiate the conversation. I am supposed to be the one that initiates the conversation because I have speak with animals. Rum is alcohol, it's what pirates drink. Oh. Alright, go, 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 go. There we go. Hi.
Intruder! In my nest! This area was meant to be safe! Xavier, get behind Mummy!
Xavier, get behind Mummy! It's not your nest, you stole it from a little bird who used to live here. Attack back very slowly. I'm just interested in that big device. I promise not to meddle with the nest. Yeah. Yeah. The big device. Oh, thank you, game. Thank you. Cool beans.
Fine. Xavier! Xavier! Don't talk to it. It might have germs.
I love the eagle. It might have that kobold. No. No. Why? Oh. Oh. I'm sad now. I am mega sad now. Oh, ad break. Oops. Who's Savior? Try to kill them both now? Ooh, I kind of want to because they killed... Oh, it's a ceremonial warhammer! Blood for the blood gods, blood for Tiamat. Or Kotomak is the one, I think. Yeah, Kotomak is the one that teaches the kobolds, right? At least according to my knowledge. I could be wrong. Crystal? 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 Are you Savior?
You can pass, but you're not to talk to me. Gross.
Gross. I love the eagles, goddamn. The way they talk, it's why are they so funny? Do I need to cast
Looks
light
to be
on
a
it?
powerful weapon. I wonder if it was used on the Githyanki nearby.
Oh, they have to fire the lens? Is that why? Looks like the crystal needs light or something.
Damn, it's good to be alive.
No? Sol Invictus. Sol Invictus.
Have a lot on my mind. And, well, in it.
Guess I have to do it. They killed the kobold. Sorry? I was trying to talk to you. I was only trying to talk to you. I didn't mean to destroy your nest. Look, this is unintended, but... Hey, shit happens. Sorry, Eagle. Ooh. Welcome to Monk's damage, baby.
Breathe deep and move.
Missed this.
Who? I trying to find where I am? Ignis! Ignis! If only they didn't kill the kobold, they could have lived. True. Because they killed the kobold.
Let's get going.
This is for Kotomak. Oh. Oh, the kobold is the eagle feather on them. Oh god. I'm sad now. What to do with this? Do I just bonk him? Bonk. Punch him? Maybe not.
Something good here, I hope.
Oh, nice. Yeah, the kobolds are downstairs. And I think that's pretty much everything. Now we can go find the bird. Ooh. Oh. Hi, Dom. Oh my god. How you doing? Welcome. Gosh, I don't remember where the burb is. Yo. Wow. Thank you, Dom. Drink and stretch, I will. I'm gonna do it. Nice. Thank you, Dom. Hope you're well. I'm doing pretty okay. Had a bunch of coffee this morning, so I'm not feeling as sleepy. Not feeling as sleepy. And Kobold playable race when? Oh god. I wish very, very soon. I have huge need. Where's the bird? Oh, is the bird here maybe? I'm sure it'll be modded in. Oh god, yes. They'll be so good. It takes time, I believe. But when the mod is in, I will definitely play a second playthrough as a kobold, like 200%. I need that in my life. Oh wait, no, that's not the bird. Where's the bird? Oh goodness, I don't remember where the bird is. Let's write this one. I mean, honestly, playing as Dragonborn is not bad. But the thing is, I always complain about this when I play this game, is that I don't see nearly as much of Dragonborn. Like, there's only me and me alone as a Dragonborn. It's like, game's too big, such trash. I know, right? Need more Dragonborn. Like, you make a race that looks so hot and good looking, and then okay, I can only make myself a Dragonborn, right? It looks good, really nice. The Dream Guardian cannot be made as a Dragonborn. I'm pretty sure everywhere I go, there's no other Dragonborn other than me. So it's like, why? And the only origin character that is a Dragonborn is Dark Urge, which, you know, which is the one that I am right now. It sucks. I need more Dragonborn. Lore-wise, Dragonborn are rare because they are clan-based. They don't want it that much. Oh. Okay, if that's the case, that's fair. That's fair. But still, I would love to see more Dragonborn. Like, not maybe an origin character that's a Dragonborn, you know? Like, okay, now that I know that they are rare, but that's all I ask. An origin character that's not just a Dark Urge, but also like an actual origin character. What act is this? I believe it's Act 2 question mark? Oh, is the bird already gone? No, the bird is already gone. No wonder I was like, where's the bird? Now, did the bird went back to... What map are you in? Rosy Morn Monastery. With a bunch of drunk kobolds. Here, I can show you, right here. I didn't kill them. I only got a few kobolds in my inventory. Here. This is a kobold. There's kobold inside. But they don't make noises anymore, which is kind of sad. They're so stupid. I love them. Look how stupid they look. Oh my god. I love them. It's sad how they're all red though. Hostile on sight. Dragonborns are native to the Forgotten Realms. They came from under the plane. Wait, did you take the higher road or whatever it's called? I took the elevator in Grimforge, and then I explored the whole like shadow place, and eventually leads me to the Rosy Torn, like a Rosy Moor Monastery. Yeah, it leads me here, and yeah, and yesterday I reached here, and today I just like sort of explore around here. So yeah, I did both below and above, I think. I think this is Mountain Road, yeah, because here, this is from the Goblin Camp. I think one of them, this is from Goblin Camp, and this is from the Walking Rest. So Walking Rest, Goblin Camp, I believe, and from the Underdark, from the Shadow, for the Shadowland is here, I believe, that you can reach this place. Didn't go above. disappeared. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to spoil you. I'm sorry, go experience it yourself. Sorry, nah, don't be sorry, it's okay. I should be sorry, I didn't mean to spoil you that much. No thick boats. Man, I wish there's thick boats. Although I did download the thick Dragonborn female mod, and it broke my game for one day. I couldn't play the game anymore, so that was the most scuff stream I had in a while. Yeah, no mods for now. I'm not gonna play a modded playthrough. Have a great stream. Thank you. Enjoy Baldur's Gate 3. Enjoy looking at the kobold. How do I get up again? Oh, I remember. Okay. Dude. Leon. Oh my god. Hi, Leon. Wait, I don't remember. Leon, are you playing this game? Did you buy this game? Yes? Wait, you bought this game? I didn't know. Nice. How are you enjoying it? Also, do you love gaming?
Keep them busy! The thunder forgive me. We have to fire the lance.
Do you love gaming? I will play if you get me the game. Oh, you didn't have it. Oops, sorry. I thought you had it. I don't remember. Oh, there it is. The bird is here. Yeah, what do you have to say for yourself, bird?
Glorious! Feathers bloody everywhere, mate! Feels good to be home in my nest.
That's great. Where's my reward? Who said it's your nest? I killed the eagle. It's my... Can I be mean to the bird? I want to be mean to this particular bird. What if the blue jay wants to fight me? Yeah, I killed the eagle. It's mine.
Why do you want it? You lot don't even lay eggs. Let me have it. I'll make it worth your while.
Too bad time to die. Oh my god, it's the Darker speaking. I'm expecting a powerful artifact. I am actually messing this bird up. I'm expecting a powerful artifact.
I'm sorry. I'm just a bird. I don't have things to give you. Although, when I escaped the eagles, I spotted something buried near that ferry dock. Might be worth a look.
Should have killed you.
Bet these eagle corpses will scare any more of the big wing bastards away.
Play nice? Well, the Darker doesn't play nice. Still don't know what this is. I can bonk it though. Am I still HP prone? Sure. Ooh. The bird's gonna try fuck you for a second. I'm pretty sure the bird is not gonna. It's a blue jay. Just a itty bitty bird. I mean, I say that when I'm a kobold. Ooh. Ooh. Creatures who miss the attack rolls against the wearer must make a dexterity saving throw or take 1 to 4 radiant damage. Oh. Don't you feel like? What? What do I feel like? Oh, yeah. I just mentioned it multiple times. Yes, I do. I totally do. I wanted to play a playthrough of Divinity Original Sin after finishing this this playthrough of Baldur's Gate. Something about Divinity combat just feels more fun. Each to their own, I believe. Each to their own. Like, Divinity has everything squished into AP, so the more AP you have, the more things you can do. But in this game, you have movement meter, you have action, bonus action, class specific things, and spell slots and shit. Yeah, those are the things that you need to manage. Whereas in Divinity, you don't care about spell slots. You can just cast spells for, you know, for what it's worth. You just can spam it. I'd rather fight thick armor than miss 90% of the time. Yeah, I think that is quite detrimental to this game. Like, things with high armor class, you just sort of just miss them constantly. Which I get it feels like shit. Because it totally does. Armor wise, it's more dynamic. This one is more like when a hit hits you, it will hurt. I hope that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense. It's not like in Divinity you just buy a very, very strong armor and then you can sort of just power through the game, something like that. And in Divinity, a miss is fucking painful, to say the least. Like, it's not just painful, it's actually fucking painful.
Stand your ground! Keep them busy! The thunder forgive me. We have to fire the lance.
So we play through a new game on tactical? Hey, I don't know. Feels a little sad that I don't really play games when I'm not streaming anymore. I mean, not that I don't want to. I fucking love playing games. I'm heckin' addicted. Just need to like post things out or some shit. I don't know. Like last night, I have to like rush my videos because I forgot to post them to YouTube. Yep. Hi, Jade.
Yep.
We yippin'. How are you doing, Jade? You missed the Borbo. You missed when I tried to bully the Borbo by telling the Borbo that I want shiny. Blue Jay's fine? Oh, this one? Ooh. How could I? What was Borbo like? I could get back and show you the Borbo. It's a blue jay. Yeah, it's a blue jay. Oh yeah, yeah. Also, before I show, before I go up and find the Borbo again. Look at this! Look at this! Look at this! Look at this! Look at the dumb lizards! Look at them! They're so dumb. They look so stupid. I love them. I love them. Look at that. They're as stupid as me. INT8. Very dexterous though. We found Kopo. Yeah, I decided not to kill them because they are red, so hostile. I don't want to hurt them. They're too adorable. So I took those fire wine barrels. Yeah, and the blue Kopo. There's a green one. There's a blue or purple one. Almost like you. Wow. Yeah, the kobolds are so adorable. I love them so much. They're perfect. They're so perfect. You can play and upload your video. I don't think I can. My PC would actually die. Although I could download first. I mean, I already downloaded the VOD. I'm pretty much just trying to like upload the whole VOD until YouTube just takes some time to upload. That's it.
Stand your ground! Keep them busy! The thunder forgive me. We have to fire the lance.
Don't mind the dead eagle, but yeah, Borb.
Bet these eagle corpses will scare any more of the big wing bastards away.
Borbo. Almost used most of the potion. Thanks, Spider Boss. Spider Boss? Are you in... Level 3 fighting level 5 spider? Well, you deserve that, I think. And Duo is in Act 1. It was done for the greater good of saving the Blue Jay baby. Yeah. Totally. Yeah. Yeah, right. It is done to save... it was totally done to save the Blue Jay. Definitely not because the Blue Jay tells me to kill the eagle. Testing my limit, but mostly just Astarion missing is the cause. Yeah, I don't know why Astarion likes to miss so much. Okay, so here's the thing. I think I want to go down to the Shadowland again. So before that, let me... Actually, I'm just gonna go. I think our weight is still fine. Yeah, weight is still okay. Ooh. Ooh. Last light. There. Borb. A fellow Borb. We love Borb. One mining campsite? Didn't I go to Last Light Inn? Go to bed? Why? I wanted to go to Last Light Inn. Scratcho!
You're keeping well, friend.
Scratcho! Oh my god, you're the best, you're the best. Oh my god, I love you so much. Oh my god. Oh, you're mega adorable. I love you, Scratcho. Oh my god. You can see the meta from Divinity again, electric plus water. Is the meta from Divinity the same as the meta in 5e? I have no idea. I don't know what 5e is.
You smell very delicious, but I will not bite you.
Hehe.
More.
More. Pity air, pity air.
Yes? You have news?
Surely you can join me on the road.
I need a little time. But I will gladly join you at Journey's End. So long as it leads to the grave of General Gederick Thorn.
Whoa. I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that.
There is work to do.
Alright, can you fight now?
No time to rest.
Yes? You have news? I need a little time.
You suck. You have full health. I don't know 5e, but double damage when they're wet. 36 max damage when they're 100% hit at level 1. Yeah, well, Elemental is pretty strong. I mean, you can just dual wield a fire and acid when. Fire and poison, yeah. You dual wield fire and poison when you just normal attack them. It's like boom, 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 and then they die.
Copper for your thoughts.
Just be monk and they die. You made a pirate. And another guy was a monster hunter like the Belmonts from Castlevania. Only he's a werewolf himself. Ooh. And spicy. That's a meta for you.
I want to have a word.
Yes?
Will. Hi, Will.
The Githyanki curing device seems set on killing us instead. I really had hoped.
Thy wheel, dost thou require a new very well? Impossible, 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 impossible.
Alright, nice talking to you, Withers. Always a delight to talk to you. Gale.
Crying shame to see such a curious piece of Githyanki engineering reduced to junk parts. Still, at least it wasn't you who ended up on the scrap heap. Yours was an escape narrow enough to defy even the tiniest of measuring sticks. Best to apply a touch more caution when agreeing to ambiguous medical procedures in future.
Oh my god, I don't really like Gale, to be honest, but the game is set on me like I don't want to date Gale. I want to date Karlach. Love Gale's tunic? I think he doesn't like your funky eye. I would punch him. Honestly, I would too. She thirsts for blood, you do. Man, so brave. How are you feeling? Can't be easy facing a possibility of death. Game?
Oh, you know me, ever the optimist. I'm trying to focus on the positives. Truth is, I was living on borrowed time already. Consuming those items would only have kept the orb sated for so long. If anything, I feel more at peace than I have in months. At least now I know my death will have purpose. It won't be a distant bang in the footnotes of history.
What do you make of having a vampire in our camp?
I know what it is to hunger. And I know what it takes to keep that hunger under control. He's done that so far, despite his condition. So long as he sates his appetite elsewhere, I'm happy to give him the benefit of the doubt.
I try to kill my sleep. What if I do it again?
I can hardly hold you responsible for what you do while unconscious. But still, I'll sleep with one eye open. Better safe than, well, dead.
Dead.
Ah, yes. Karsus. Karsus was perhaps the most powerful wizard that ever lived. The child who would be a god, the elves called him. And he tried. With a spell of his own devising, he endeavored to usurp in one fell swoop the power of the goddess of magic. Mistral, she was called then. Imagine what it must have felt like. To be a god. To know yourself, to be untouchable. To be mistaken. As Karsus aimed his spell at her, she began to unravel. And with her, the entire weave. Too late did he realize what he had unleashed. It would have been the end of everything had not Mistral sacrificed herself. The goddess of magic is all magic. By dying, the entire weave was lost, and the spell that challenged a god failed. It was the end of Mistral, the end of Karsus, and the end of an entire civilization. As the child who would be a god was turned to stone, his empire came crashing down around him. The floating cities of Netheril were no more. An event that came to be known as Karsus's folly.
That's kinda sad. I feel my cybernetic lungs and nanite-infused muscles with my enemy's blood and souls. Oh my. Wow, we cybernetic lungs with nanite-infused muscles. That sounds kinda cool. It's like a cyborg. Cyborg Borbo? Basically V1 from Ultra Kill. Don't know what that is. Very excited for the full version to come out. Working on my way up to Hrot. And then a replay of Dusk. Waiting for level 7 to drop. Kinda bored in it because I hit my fastest time I could on funny PC pussy. What is PC pussy? Cyborg. I wish just your usual Griffy. Griffy's cool. They're like dragon but feathers. So at that moment in time all magic was gone. Nothing good ever comes from mortals wanting to be gods. You have to admire the man's ambition. He very nearly succeeded. Sisyphus, the rock guy, PC pussy. I don't know. I don't know. Drake. Oh, give you a wonderful idea to put goggles on on your Sona. So a board with goggles? A board with goggles. Goggles makes character looks cool, not gonna lie. Especially for avians. Yeah, avians with goggles just hits different. So yeah, Yeah, that's why I've. And he was like, yeah, it makes sense because if you're flying, you need to keep like bugs and stuff off your eyes. Yeah. See, that's the thing. That's why I feel like avian with goggles just hits different. It's on a different. Yeah. Oh, magic was
For a
come.
spell, Mistral was reborn as Mistra. Upon her return, the weave returned with her. Now, so many centuries later, I try to follow in the footsteps of Karsus. Not to destroy Mistra, but to prove my love for her. I tried to control only a fraction of the magic that was unleashed that fateful day. I merely sought to return one tiny diamond to an imperfect crown. Gale's folly, one might call it. History, repetition. It's the way things go.
Have you ever got smacked by a wing? It doesn't hurt. Well, if you get smacked by, oh shit, I don't. How do I? I can show desktop, right? It doesn't work. I cannot show desktop. But if you were to get smacked by this wing, it's gonna hurt because inside the wing there's actually bonking stick. I know you cannot see much, but oh, oops, that's ad break. Oh, it's okay. Yeah, so you see behind here, this is my desktop picture. If you get smacked by this huge wing, it will hurt because there's actually stick inside that I'm holding. It's gonna hurt. If I smack them, they will actually have a concussion or some shit. Actually assault, I feel like. But yeah, the wing can actually hug like two suitors and 3 people if wanted. It's a huge one. But we did. No. No, we're not testing that. What, yip it out? Yip it out is fine.
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
Hi, Scratch.
Yep.
There's a lot of shiny going on. Shiny. Scratch. God, Scratch is so adorable. Oh my god, I love Scratch so much. Car?
Yep.
Oh, car.
Yep.
Someone your cat still wishes to speak to you. What? That's new. Who? Oh, Shadowheart, maybe? Oh.
Yep.
Not a single car. Hi, Lazel.
Skvar! The Safefisk. It might have killed you. I felt your torment.
Well, yeah.
Someone must have tampered with it. An aberrance I can't begin to comprehend.
Funny enough, I hit the car last time. Who could have tampered with the device? I was so close to a cure. Gibby? I was so close to a cure. If only I held on longer. I'm pretty sure if I held on long. Oh my god, pets. I love.
Are you fucking simping?
I'm only simping on the Dragonborn, not Lazel. I was so close to a cure. I mean, if I held on longer, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna die.
There must be a Sharlak in this.
Why you
crash.
bullying me?
A traitor. The sort that is hunted, slaughtered, and erased from our histories. Few would dare dishonor their queen. So brazen. Now hurry. We must go to the Charai and inform him of the Safefisk's tampering.
I have no idea what you just said, Lazel.
May the darkness protect you.
100% you're simping for him. Who? And the Dragonborn? Or Malzino. I mean Malzino, yes, 100%. Malzino, yeah, definitely, 200%. I mean, of course, who could resist the being that is a Malzino? Weird. This is the first time this happened. Not even a full rest? Oh, it is a full rest. Oh my god, Scratchu! Hi, Scratch.
The dog is unable to speak through the small bag he holds in his mouth.
Scratch. What you got there, Scratch?
I don't know. Maybe you can tell me. All I know is I thought of you when I saw it.
Oh, Scratch! I love you, Scratch! Oh my god! Scratch gave me a torch! I'm gonna cry, oh my god! Why you the best? You the best doggo! I got a torch. So he's stealing stuff from you? No, he's stealing stuff from someone else. No, he's not stealing.
You smell very delicious, but I will not bite you.
Pet the air, yeah.
More.
More. More. I suddenly feel very sleepy. Like, you know that feeling when... That feeling when... How do I explain this? Just suddenly very sleepy. Do you know that feeling? I don't know.
Yip, 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 yip.
Yip, 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 yip. Are we yipping? We're yipping? We're yipping forever? Yeah, yipping? I do love a good old yipping yips. A yip is good. Okay, so I'm down here. Why am I down here, though? There's this... I need level 3. House with flowers? You know what would have been absolutely hilarious and terrible? Where?
I am suddenly feeling sleepy.
Uh-huh. I am sorry, very, very sleepy. The kobold fried chicken. A finger yipping good? Hey, yo. Let's remove this. Finger yipping good. I mean, there's nothing here. Why am I here?
Oh, I could go for a good meal.
Give it some thought, said I can. Not really my type. Fair, fair.
All's well that ends not as bad as it could have.
I won fair and square. There's no point in playing again. I want a challenge. Go on, find someone else to play with.
Brian can resist Malzino. Same with me. Who's a good burp character? Oh, the one in what's the name again? The one in Tears of the Kingdom, the little bird. So yeah, just a kobo shrimp. What do you mean kobo shrimp? What's the name of the bird again? I don't remember. But yeah, what about that bird? I mean, that bird looks pretty good. Oh wait, but that bird is only like a child though. Falco from Star Fox. Oh, that's a good one, yeah. Yeah, Dulin, yeah, Dulin's just a little bird. Yeah, that doesn't count. How about Dulin's Dulin parents? They look pretty good. Oh wait, there's a Digimon. There's a Digimon that is like a really good, you know, the first season of Digimon. I forgot what the bird is called. The chicken mon. The chicken mon. that does punching. I like the champion bird from the first game. The blue guy, can't remember his name. Rivali. I don't know the first game. I only played Tears of the Kingdom, never really played anything else. My boyfriend is like, he's such shit though, and I'm just like, Rivali. See, that is proper simping behavior. I will approve it 100%. That is simp approved.
There was a battle here once. A large one.
Be right back, okay. Teach of the King. Teach of the Kingdom. Catholic Thomas' speech on his troops before his victory over the Druids and Harpers. Take this, you there, take this from me. This is gold, friends. Let those who are covetous and cravens among you take my gold and go. There's enough to keep you warm in winter, but in those cold and lonely winters to come, you will look into the broad flames in the purchased hearth and see a bargain for peace. And then you realize that such a retirement comes at the price of pride. Go on and take it and go. Those who are not afraid, and we won't stop you, but neither shall we know a winter in which the coin of regret is idly spent. Instead, we shall know blood and fury, and a triumph worthy of a flame reconcilable only with heaven. I swear, against us arrayed is a group of fools. Let them be our bank vault. Let us raid them, friends, and let's grow rich on screams. That's kind of scary. Big Kingdom Badonkers? Just like Gwyn Nevers in DS from DS1. I assume DS1 is Dark Souls 1, a game that I never played before.
That might be worth a look.
Dark Souls I only played 3. Oh, there's something there. Oh. Just Google her. I'm gonna use my phone for this. Alright, I'm gonna do it. Gwyn Nevers. DS1. Guinevere. Guinevere? I'm pretty sure the only images of her are close-up of her massive, absolutely huge mammal glands. Oh wow, you're right. That is. Yeah, but it's human though. Nah. Nah. Me no likey. Me no likey, but that is huge but donka hunkaroos. That is indeed a huge but donka hunkaroos. She's not even real. She's not? Oh shit. Oh, it's them. I can get I can take the lantern. We found them. Okay, let's take the lanterns. They are red. I'm pretty sure they're gonna like just attack.
This calls for careful footwork.
I'm gonna approach them. Had a feeling. Sanctuary? I'm dead. How strong are you? Cannot harm Sanctuary? Affected entity cannot be targeted by enemy attacks or spells. However, it can still take damage from spells that influence a larger area. Condition ends if the affected entity attacks or harm another creature, and will receive Sanctuary blocked for 1 turn. That's dumb. Why is my action point gone? I didn't do anything. Where's my action point gone? Cannot harm Sanctuary. Nice. Oh, I forgot to use the aid. Oh, God. Sure, let's use it. Extextuala. I kind of want to be angry, but at the same time, maybe not. It's almost 7 PM. I still haven't eaten. Also, I ate your action point. There, you've eaten. But can I get back my action point? Can I get my action point back? Although, dinner! You're gonna eat dinner! Very important. I'm gonna become very angry. Let's do it. I am very angry. I want to kill.
Find a route.
I think I can kill this one. Nice. Not low damage.
finesse.
Crit miss. Another one.
You will die here. The absolute will be so.
Ow. Damn.
I'll cut you in her name. For the absolute!
Shit, feels like they're quite strong. I wish to eat what I packed for my lunch, but I've been in this car. You've been in this car since 2 p.m. and it's 7? I don't want to pry, but I hope you're okay. Oh! Oh! Damn, so many misses. Work just work? I see. Yeah, work's tough. I still wish you all the best with work. That's pretty good, right? Never mind, you're not going to Malaysia. What happened? Hi, Mommy Genesis.
Now they see me.
Kill. We take those. Very expensive ticket for one person to fly to Malaysia. Well, Malaysia is very far. I don't know where you are, but yeah, I don't know where you are. But if you're very far away from another continent, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be quite pricey. State? A state is USA? Question mark? Is that USA? Oh my god. Oh, US. Yeah, well, from US to Malaysia is very, very far away. I get that. This is bad. Oh my god. Whew. Are you concentrating on Cloud Daggers? If I can kill you this turn, then...
Try me.
No more. Is he gonna be close to you? Nice. Ignish. Nice.
Ready for another round?
Let's try this. Hope this works. Didn't heal Shadowheart? Okay. Can I throw again? Oh, I can. Let's go free. Nice. Let's stay here.
Shall we cut and run? Ready or not?
You and your sanctuary, I hate it. Nuh-uh. That's kinda cool. I should have blessed first. Try. Oh my god, you're safe from everything, don't you? Take you? Yeah. Nice.
Hungry for the slaughter.
Dang it. Actually, I'm gonna hide.
On the hunt.
Don't worry, I figured something out. What did you figure out?
This will do nicely.
Monk. Don't you dare sanctuary now. Shit, ow. Okay, no sanctuary, good. We take those.
Is that blood? No, never mind.
That's pretty good. That's a good fight. What?
Nice little nap.
Cruel Sting. Longsword versatile. Sting the Helpless. A drow elf wielding this weapon deals an additional 1-4 pure poison damage against restrained target. It deals psychic damage.
The lantern gives off a chilly glow, protecting all in its vicinity from the surrounding shadows.
Cool.
You notice a tiny pixie trapped within.
Hi.
Oh, please! Oh, golly me, oh my! You must release me or I'll die. This lantern only lights the way when I am hurting night and day.
Ignore the pixie you've been needing to slap. Legends tells of the Fae trapping people, not the other way around. Why are you in there?
My pixie dust is bright as day. My injuries can light the way.
I know the feeling. We've got to set her free.
But I need the lantern. What's this mechanism at the base of the lantern?
I dare not name it, newfound friend. The faintest touch could spell my end.
I'll release the pixie. Astaro disapproves.
Finally! Been trapped in that coffin with no one but a mad rider and my own farts for company.
Did me a good turn there, didn't you? What do I owe you?
A beautiful thing it would be to end this life in the first moment of freedom. Shut the fuck up, Dark Urge. Holy shit. Don't. Refuse to crush her. Ask her to help against a shadow curse. Nothing. My help doesn't come with string attached. What's on offer? Refuse to crush her. Ask her for help against a shadow curse. Yeah, can you do something? Can you do something against the shadow curse?
Sure I can, but will I?
Don't make me crush you.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Thank you.
Here, give this bell a shake. Speak the magic words and you'll get what you've earned. Protection from the shadow curse. What more could a dingus want?
Do Faye or speaks like
You're
that?
welcome.
God damn.
See? Curious little thing.
Well, yeah.
We do get to see some interesting things. Almost makes the mortal peril worth it. Almost.
Almost. The shadow curse cannot affect this creature thanks to a pixie's protective magic. So now we can explore everywhere in this dark place. A filigree Fey wild bell. This ornately decorated bell, tarnished with age, rings with a mischievous giggle not unlike its pixie enchanter. And then we got Under the Broken Moon Lantern. Now what? Are we like completely safe now? When you deal fire damage, you gain 2 turns of heat. I'm dealing a lot of fire damage. The unarmed deals an additional 1-4 fire damage, and I get a level 3 Scorching Ray. Oh, no wonder I got 2 Scorching Ray. One is from Helmet. Well, the Circlet. I don't want to change the Circlet because it looks so good. I mean, yeah, there it is. Look at the Circlet. It's not as obvious, but it's there. Alright, let's try it out. I'm going in.
Crates and caravans. The town toll house, surely.
There might be something useful in there. seized goods and the like.
Hauliers and merchants wanted. Sail the silvery seas, gaze upon the gate. No experience required.
Hey, yo, no experience required. Oh, waypoint. Reefwind Town. Hmm. Trying to kill me? Are you? $1d10 plus 6 slashing. There's Thunderous Smite, but there's also... This one deals more damage because it deals psychic damage. Hmm.
Making me sweat. Sol Invictus!
Let's move.
Sol Invictus. Alright. Right, let's confront them. What's up, buddy? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? There was a person here.
See that symbol on the ground? This was a Mason's Guild.
Corpses on display. Perhaps someone didn't appreciate the mason's stonework.
Hmm. Oh, God. Oh, gosh, everything is so heavy. They're looking good. So how is that one so heavy? Ocean of Flying. Glorious Vaulting. I mean, the thing is, I could make these potions and sell them for money. Right? Viciousness. Something inside the bottle somehow reminds you of a predator lying in wait. Elixir universal resistance, thick as molten iron with a taste to match. Coats you from your throat to your fingertips. Virtual divine miasma. How the fuck do I even make this? All right. I mean, universal seems really good, no? I heard Elixir of Bloodlust is also not bad. Granada. Oh, I can make this. Grimishka tail? Oh. Still very heavy. I got a bunch of potion instead.
Let this be a warning. Those who defy Shah's will shall suffer darkness without her blessing.
Well, I have a pixie's blessing. Bark skin?
Pockets. Moving in. That might be worth a look.
A pile of crushed bones of varying shape, size, and creatures.
Here lies the Grand Mason, his bones and lies exposed. A pile of crushed bones of varying shapes, sizes, and creatures.
Is that real? Not rotten things. I don't want them. Ornate wooden hatch. Infernal iron. Well, the thing is, Damon's dead. Let's try going down the hatch. Elevator? Where the chisel set?
Something over there.
Ooh. Keyhole Herald. Keyhole Herald. Hi. Can I pick it?
Can't keep me out.
Nice. Very, very nice. Gonna love the advantage. Note from the Mason. Congratulations on finding this place, thief, but your journey ends here. Oh shit. Looks like the mason doesn't like someone poke their nose everywhere, huh? Whatever it is, I'm sure your items will be mine. That looks like a door that would trap us in. I think it will not trigger if I don't touch the chest. It's so obvious.
Something over there.
Yeah. Let's disarm it. Nice. Yeah. It's wrong. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Oh, ass, I didn't say. Oh my god, they're level 7. Ooh, okay. Oh, wait. There's 6 of them. That's kinda bad. Radiant resistance 0. Shadowheart might excel here. Ensnaring strands. Your attack conjures sticks a thick sticky webbing that possibly enwebs your target. 10 turns. On a short rest? That's pretty good. See, the thing is, do I want to engage? It's kinda scary. I don't think I want to engage. I'll let them come. That's a low damage. Let's stay together for now. I don't think they have AoE, to be honest. Yeah, let's just range them for now. Let them engage. I'm pretty sure they don't have range attack. That's one dead.
No surrender.
There's blood in the air.
Also have normal range. Nice. See, that's not bad. Oh boy. Okay, we can do this Wraith. I use a level 3 spell slot for this. Spiritual Guardian! Oh boy, here they come. Let's deal with this Wraith first.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Love to see it.
Yes.
I'm Mengi! Just normal attack them. Nice. Nice! Damn, we're strong. Let's do it.
Let's turn someone inside out.
Someone behind? Where's this shadow? Oh. Revealed? Hmm.
Just like old times.
I wanna attack them.
Excellent.
Excellent. Yeah. Damage! Damage! Holy shit.
The subtle approach.
Shit. Damn, they all have they all can just like stay away from the thing. He just kills them. Hi, how you doing? The damage. Eat shit. Bad. Not the best heal, but I have something. Not the best heal. Stay close to Astarion.
Forever, pal.
Oh wait, you're the last one.
Well, well. Look what we have here.
Yeah.
All is ash and meat.
Nice.
What's cooking?
Still breathing, despite everything.
That went a lot better than I thought.
A happy, faded memory comes to you. A woman walking along a beach, holding hands with her husband-to-be. Calloused hands work a hammer and chisel around a massive slab of rock. Months from now, a face will take shape.
I think that's the mason.
You sense this one hid for days as the sounds of battle got closer and closer to town. You didn't even care who won, so long as it ended. A distant memory of a man stretching his back with a groan. Another day of hauling masonry blocks done. Before the shadows, there was once a house full of warmth and children's laughter in this one's life. No more.
Damn, that's depressing.
You can almost taste the sour ale that once clung to this soul's breath. He was insensible when the shadows came for him.
Mason's log? How quickly things change. How long is this? The Thoms and Selûnite through and through, also I believed. Perhaps Catherick only converted for Melodia, and with her death, and then his daughters, his faith died too. But to turn to Shar? It beggars belief. And Catheric's justiciars are growing greater in number, and more determined to rout out any traces of Selûne in Reefwind. When do they think this town was built? One cannot rip out the foundations of a building and expect it to remain standing. Brother and I remain the last two bastions of Our Lady of Silver in the town. A few, the trusting few, come to worship in secret by moonlit nights. Others comforts all. Whether they truly believe, I cannot say. Impossible, isn't it? Sick of standing idle while justiciars gain power in our humble town. What will become of us if we allow it? I met a man who was no man, touched by the devil, or maybe worse, but he offered me something I couldn't refuse. Help. Okay, the time is now. Catheric's justiciars. Their stronghold in the temple below, they will be wiped out. All of them. I didn't ask how, I just want them to gone. Let the Harpers have a Catherick now. They'll make short work of him. Well, Harpers are gone.
But that will fit in my pack.
Hi again, Brian. You mean Thomas Malice took up hammer and trowel to build that cursed tower? Oh, so like our end goal is to get Catherick Thorn? That's the end goal? Well, me did not listen to my deepest regret and my tone. I know more about the tower's construction than anyone and possesses innumerable tools and supplies besides. Gather allies at last light and let us devise a plan to infiltrate Moonrise. Catherick plans for war. He expects to face halberds and staves in light of day. We will end him with a dagger to the back before he can so much as raise a blade. Very ambitious. Very ambitious. Trapped?
This'll be fun.
Hootie 1? Oh my god. We got this. Nice. Mine? Oh my god.
Come on, open up.
We take those. Mine. Arcane Acuity. Whenever you deal damage with a weapon attack, you gain Arcane Acuity for 2 turns. Affected entity has a +1 to its spell attack rolls and spell difficulty class per turn remaining. Spells? That's not even that good. I'll take it still. So all this for that one helmet. Moonrise diagram.
Someone's marked a spot at the base of Moonrise Tower. What's that?
Put on? More secrets? Ayo? How does this look? Oh. Hey, I kind of like it. That doesn't look that looks good. I like it. Yeah, I'm keeping this one. No more Nakey, but this one looks pretty good. Look at that.
No traps, please.
Going in. Ooh. I feel like in the end, it's just pretty much a fight against Catholic Thorn. As the last fight, it feels like. I mean, the game sure feels like it's like building around it. It's like Catholic Thorn, the baddie. Teal Slim Fit? Damn. Oh, it's behind. Okay, I mean, okay, that's not bad. Ooh. Ooh, I kinda like this one though. Yeah, let's use this one. Is there something I can go there? But there's no perception check. No walls that I can destroy as well. Cannot pan my camera there. Weird.
If not over, then through.
Uh-oh. What? Why is there people here?
Off we go then.
Let's go check.
In memory of Kayla Bellsworth, thrice married, thrice widowed, always smiling.
Where's Arabella? God, this place is spooky. House of Healing. Wait, why do I know I know this name? Why is there a trader? Sister Lidwin? Hi.
Don't call the doctor yet. I've got potions, sutures. I know I can do this. Oh, you're a patient. This is the children's ward. Triage is back that way.
Who...
That's Arabella's father. Or was Arabella's father.
Who's Arabella? I see you have medical supplies on hand. Can you spare any? Why are you treating a dead body?
Not dead. Merely medicated. To ease the pain.
Reasoned monk? Give the corpse a subtle poke? The patient's definitely dead. Been dead for a while, judging by the smell. Monk deception. I know the stillness. His body is simply conversing energy as he heals. The patient is stable. Monk and deception in the same thing? Like at the same time? I'll do it because I'm monk. Actually, what is that? Purple worm toxin. Oh, you're undead. Additional 1 to 10 poison damage. If the poison is potent enough, even the smallest pinprick can configure the brain and turn the oh, it's too hard to read. Too many big words. Oh, you have good food on you. You have wyvern toxin. Oh, you have rotten food as well. I want wyvern toxin because it's, well, wyvern. I need to keep one torch because Scratch gave me one torch. I think I have to keep it. Not a lot of money, but I'll take it. Alright, let's do this. Let's lie as a monk. Nice. Oh, the sun. The sun is missing my mouse again. Give me a second. There we go. All good, all good.
Yes. Yes. I knew these hands would not fail me. The patient is sure to recover.
Now that that's sorted, might I purchase some supplies?
Not much left now, but you're welcome to look.
Oh. But all you sell are poison. Poison. Target must succeed a constitution saving throw or become paralyzed and poisoned. Paralyzed and poisoned? I kinda like that. I kinda want it though. Yeah, I kinda want it. Oh, not enough gold from your end? Oops.
Now, if you'll excuse...
No one stopped me yet.
Chimera and Locke. Why do I feel like I know the name? Healer's Ledger. Tonics potion supplies appear to have dwindled dramatically in final days. Upon the book's front cover is scrawled a message in black ink. Justicia only, no exceptions. And Justicia seems a little extreme, don't you think?
Hello? Pops? Are you out there? Please, 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 be alright.
How do I even get there? Oh. What are you? How are you even alive? Oh, Arabella. Oh, you are Arabella.
Hey, I know you. You're...
Oh shit.
Twist 'em up.
Whoa.
Isn't that Arabella? The little girl Corgan nearly killed.
Yeah.
Sorry. Knocks the wind right out of me.
Quite a powerful spell. I bet there's a great story behind you learning it. Yeah.
That druid idol I took? It changed me. I can do all sorts of stuff now, not just the vines. I think real hard and say some loud words and then it happens. Mostly.
Oh boy. Fly to Malaysia to see boxing. Oh, I'm so boring. Please don't. I don't know. Like if you come to Miri, I don't know what to show you because Miri has literally nothing of interest. How about you teach me those powers of yours? Normally tales of stoner artifacts are tragedies. I'm glad you've bucked that trend.
Tragedies? Them's the sad ones, right? I hope not. Especially since Mum and Pops, after Zevlor, when he...
I'm more surprised you're not affected by the shadow curse.
Well, there was an ambush. Mum yelled, "Run!"
Why is your
So we
eyes like
ran.
that?
I could hear him run behind me. Till I couldn't. Still can't find him. But I bet you can. You'll help me, I just know it.
You notice the girl shivering in fear and anger. She is not yet ready to hear the truth of her parents' fate.
Oh no. I'll find your parents, you can count on me. I'll think about it, my hands are full with these cultists. How much gold would you give me in return? Forget it, kid. You can take care of yourself from the looks of it. Your parents are dead, sorry to say. Your parents are test for the stuff full of needles little often. Oh my god. The last one is so unnecessarily mean. So, the two tieflings inside are actually her parents. Ooh. Ooh. She's not yet ready to hear the truth of her parents' fate. What do I do? I cannot just say I'll find your parents, you can count on me. Oh god, I don't know how I feel about that. Oh, this is painful. Your parents are dead, sorry to say. Yeah, they didn't survive. She's not ready though. I cannot lie to her. I'm gonna say this. She's gonna probably cry and just like go berserk or some shit.
You lie! They're out there, and if you won't find them, I will.
Yeah, that could happen. They're gone, Arabella, but you have a new family now. Come to my camp. People die and that's that. You can stay at my camp if you quit your blubbering. Detect thoughts? Yeah, let's recruit Arabella, why not? 14. That's kind of scary. I don't have inspiration. This could mean Arabella's death right here. Alright, here we go. Oh, okay, thank you game, thank you.
New family. But I don't want...
All right. I'll go to the camp like you said. Just don't leave me.
Dang, the zoomies. I mean, shadows, I have to kill them, right?
Come on, can't stay idle.
You sense a swell of grief. Before the shadows took her, this woman mourned someone lost in battle. You sense a matriarch's flush of pride. She will soon be a grandmother, and the child will bear her name. Maldred.
Damn.
There better be a soft bedroll in my near future.
Signs of falling dark justiciars. This can't be a coincidence. They must have originated from somewhere nearby.
Shadow Cursed Harbor. 1, 2, 3, 4. Four of them couldn't be that bad, but I'm pretty sure there's gonna be a little bit more than 4.
What's next?
What a charmer.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
Everyone's health looks good.
Whatever comes, I'm ready.
Short rest wise, everything is okay. I don't need to just use a short rest now. Back from watching TikTok, but come back. Wait, 15 health, level 6? You have advantage on saving throws against being frightened. Extra attack. Halfling luck. When you roll 1 on attack roll, ability check or saving throw, you can re-roll the die. It must be a new roll. It must use the new roll. Oh. How do you only have 15 health for level 6? It's safe, yeah? I'm sure this is gonna be fine. Hi. Oh no, the shadows as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 enemies. I might be able to do this. Too dark? I'm doing it still.
Best be on my way. Put 'em up. Covered.
Too dark? God damn. Just shoot them. Not bad. Pretty good. Yeah, I'm just gonna shoot the Astarion.
Quickly.
I think we don't need that. Keep it. Oh boy, there's a lot of them. Nice. Yeah, safe to say I'm pretty strong. Holy shit. I'm gonna go punch ghosts.
May the gods take you first.
Ooh.
Alright, Karlak, it's go time.
action and bonus action. Sure. That's good damage, right? Oh my god, what the fuck just happened? Can you kill this one first? Nice. Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. One health? No, dang it. Alright, that's one dead.
At the ready. Heating up.
Cool. I can kill.
Let's move. We'll do it my way.
Too far. Yeah, I messed up. Fine.
End this. Moving.
Ooh, nice. Ooh, what a backflip. Yeah, not too bad.
What's that? Was that a click I heard? There's something about these plaques.
ADOS official? Huh? ADOS of.
That's curious.
Our Mr. when the dorm. Oh. I think I kinda know what's going on there.
An older man turns his head away in shame. His neighbors would not renounce Saluna. Now they hang in the town square. You see a man drain his tankard in an inn as he listens to a flaming fist play the lute. He's better than his uniform might suggest. You catch a glimpse of the lute playing flaming fist. It's the catatonic man you encountered in Last Light Inn.
Oh. 2-1. Bunch of horseradish.
You feel a rush of outrage. This woman worshipped Shah to the end. So why does the Night Singer's curse not spare her?
Nice. Okay, everything seems fine.
That's curious.
Nos pain alls rise. So it's a sequence of words. I think I need to click it in a certain wait. S of the shall. Our Lady. Okay, Our Lady Miss. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, I think.
Here goes nothing. What was that?
I don't know. What was what? Oh. Oh. Oh, I love that.
A welcome rest.
Strange. Can't feel the shadow curse down here. What is this place?
Sharon Sanctuary. So is the shadow curse caused by Shah and also Justicia? Like Dark Justicia?
Do you accept Shah's test of your intellect?
No, I have no brain. I have 0 brain. Who has good brain? 10, 8, 13. Well, Astarion is the most clever one in my team. Alright, Astarion, you got this.
Do you accept Shah's test of your intellect?
I'm sure I'm sure you got this, Astarion. Is that enough? 1, 3, let's go. We take those.
You feel a small pulse of energy race up your spine, and a strange sensation of acceptance.
Cool.
Do you think yourself wise enough to be granted Shah's blessing?
Not. You feel like a veritable sage after your experience of late. +2 wisdom, +1 forbidden knowledge. Sure. Oh boy. Oh boy. Am I gonna die from this?
The air seems to chill around you.
Uh-oh.
Your claims of wisdom are rebuffed.
Oh shoot. Oh shoot. Oh shit. What in the fuck? They're strong. This is bad. I didn't know. I got a critical fail from that shit. This is bad. They all are so strong. Okay, what is Living Shadow? Because it is lightly or heavily obscured, this character is resistant to all damage except Force, Psychic, and Radiant. Oh, it's too dark here. It's too dark here. Huh? Aura protection. The Paladin and any nearby ally have a +5 on saving throw. Shit. This is bad. This is bad. Right, let's kill them. I hope I can. I think they have really high AC. I'm doing no damage. This is so bad. Oh, this is bad in all way possible. All resistance except for Radiant. Nice.
Death's cold grip. Let's have a little fun.
10. 10.
Concentrate.
Nice, immune to acid. Boom. We take those. Inquisitor Might. Nice. Oh my god, there's Spirit Guardians as well. What is going on? Okay, what is Inquisitor's Might? Weapon attacks deal an additional 5 radiant damage and can daze target for 1 turn. But it's an intelligent sentinel, it's a spellcaster. Yes.
Watch this.
Stun means they combo attack actions, bonus actions, or reactions. So they're gonna skip a turn, right? Charismatic Sentinel. They kill you first. Oh, no damage. Piercing damage resistance, right? Yeah, all resistance. So why not just shoot them? We love a bit of a fire. So now you don't have living shadow anymore? No resistance anymore? Let's go! Get shot. Get another shot. Oh, good. Yeah, I tried.
Take two.
Bonk. That's a good bonk. Oh shit. Hunter's Mark Quarry? Nice. Spirit Guardian, so good. Come here. Bong bong. Nice.
Let's cook with fire, baby.
Nice.
At least things have stayed interesting.
Can I do it again?
The statue offers a mute stare and nothing more. Any secret it guards will remain secret.
No, really? Oh, boo.
The statue looms silently. Whatever hidden purpose it has will remain a secret.
Well, I can destroy it? Is Shadowheart gonna kill me if I destroy Statue of Shah like this? I'm pretty sure Shadowheart's gonna kill me if I do that. But then again, maybe doing this I can reveal some secrets. You never know.
Here we go.
The statue offers you nothing but silence.
No, this is sad. We can never know the secret anymore. Fine. Can't believe I got a crit fail that one.
What's inside?
Dark Justicia's plea. Plea? I don't want to read. Hmm? Visage of Kauda. Hi. Oh boy. Alright, here we go. I should probably do a long rest beforehand. Yeah. Need all the spell slots back and everything.
Why you bully me?
Hmm? I'm not bullying anyone.
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
Yeah. Scratchu. I love you, Scratchu. Oh my god. Oh my god, Scratchu. Me saying that to life right now? Don't we all? Don't we all?
Shah's blessings upon you.
Oh, Astarion is something to talk? Are you gonna bite me again? Are you gonna do a little BT bite again? Dark Lady Erudition has earned Shah's approval through an impressive display of wit. Has a +5 bonus intelligence until finishing a long. Oh. Well, there it goes.
You know, I feel a connection between us. Like we're two souls walking the same path. Every step we walk trails blood. Killing is an instinct for us. I respect you for that.
Wow.
I would keep the murders in our own camp to a minimum, but otherwise, we're very much on the same page.
I didn't think you liked me at all. What are you getting at? Is it... it's probably because of the Dark Urge thing.
I just worry that we're not considering all our options when it comes to our uninvited guests. How many people are infected with them, do you think? Hundreds? Thousands? And they're not just goblin trash. There are powerful people in the worm's thrall. Whoever's waiting for us at Moonrise Towers controls it all. But if we can take that control from them, imagine the power we'd wield.
It sounds like fun until we all turn into mind flayers. Getting this thing out of my head, end of story. It's a tempting idea. How would we do that exactly?
I assume there's some device controlling these things, so we find that. Murder some people and,
Sorry.
Look, I'm not a details person, alright? But turning up and causing chaos has worked for us so far.
Cannot deny that.
I'm just saying, there's an opportunity before us. If we can control the tadpoles, we can keep ourselves safe and enjoy a little world domination on the side. You can't tell me that doesn't sound fun.
It does sound fun. It does sound fun, but I'd rather do that without the tadpole. Yeah, it does sound fun.
I knew I was right about you. It's so good to find a kindred spirit. Of course, this all assumes we live long enough to find this moonrise, but I'm feeling optimistic.
Rare for a star to think optimistic. Oh yeah, house instead. I still forgot about it. House instead. Yeah. Gosh, I wonder what happened.
Greetings.
Okay. Oh. A hatchery with a single egg. How many does a clutch usually contain?
Kalir's clutch held 3 dozen eggs, more or less. Though I've learned of creches that harbored 100.
Githyanki look quite humanoid. How did you evolve to lay eggs? Who does the laying? I'm curious about the logistics. Yeah, Githyanki look quite humanoid. How do you evolve to lay eggs?
Humanoid. How I despise the term. Githyanki are quite superior to humans. Our biology slates state that Githyanki came to lay eggs after we escaped Illithid enslavement and took to the astral plane. It's an asexual process, a favorable change by any estimation. Hideous to imagine a life where I couldn't partake in the pleasures of sex without the looming threat of bearing children.
Too real. Too real. What? Who does the laying? I'm curious about the logistics.
Shukiani. Githyanki chosen by Vlaakith herself to bear young.
Oh.
The queen assigns when and where they must lay, and how many eggs they must bear.
That sounds painful.
Shukiani pass their eggs in the material plane. In the astral, time barely passes. It is a meticulous process, carefully timed so that the eggs hatch at once.
Huh. I didn't expect that. Weird. Okay.
Go on then.
The crash training was illuminating. Are GIF instructors always so brutal?
My own Savage would never have threatened a youngling. A waste of time and energy. The pupils themselves culled the weak from their ranks.
Yeah.
I myself felled 4 of my own classmates once Kalir had 100 times circled Tyrell.
That's awful. Is life not precious to the Githyanki? For what reason? Rage entertainment? Yeah, actually I'm curious. It feels like Githyanki disregards the value of life. Right? And this never occurred to me until this sentence pops up. It's like, Githyanki... It feels like they don't care about the value of life, which is kind of weird considering they still bear young? I don't know how to explain that, but it just feels like they don't care about the value of life.
Not every life is equal. My people have no use for cowards. Every trainee that I slayed was either too weak to withstand the lessons, or was cocky enough to pick a fight they could never win. Their lives were not precious. They were a blight that required expunging. The Githyanki are only as powerful as their weakest warrior. Jaquith de Venzir, the termination of the frail, strengthens us.
Ooh. Brutal, but I can see why it's that, right? I can see it. Actually, I kinda want to say, like, because I don't know why Last Light is no more the Shadows are Victorious. Why? Is it the Dark Urge thing that I get to say these things? Is that why? I'm gonna try to say these to all of them, just to see how they react. Since I'm, you know, sorry, Dark Urge, right?
Yes, and owing to your dubious compulsions, we've lost crucial allies. You're powerful, but not insightful.
Fair point. That's a very fair point. I expect to get shit on by everyone with me saying that thing, yes. So I'm still gonna say for now.
Need something?
Oh, did I say to Astarion? Okay. Gil, you're gonna hate me for saying this. Let's go.
Tell me, what can I do for you?
What can I do for you? Let's see. The destruction we rock at the last light did it not give you a thrill of pleasure? Oh god. Ooh, I'm saying it. I'm the Dark Urge. Gil is gonna hate me for this shit.
Can't say that it did. I'm not entirely sure we made the right decision there, if I'm being honest with you.
Yeah.
What's done is done, I suppose. But I'll be loath to cause such destruction again. Not unless the alternative is far, far worse.
Fair point, fair point. Hey, Shadowheart, ready to hate me?
Lady of Sorrows, guide us. Did you want something?
Oh, did I talk to Shadowheart about that? Who else? Will. Oh boy, Will is gonna react so strongly to this, and also Karlach.
Well met.
Isabel is no more going to the darkness left in their absence. Yeah, I feel like Will is going to hate me greatly for saying this. Like, Will is a man that is all about saving people and honor. And me saying this in front of him is basically just me spitting on his shoes. Pretty much. But I just kind of want to exhaust all the possible dialogues, so if he hates me for this, fair. Yeah, I'm the Dark Urge. Very fair, right?
Gods.
Yeah.
You left last light for the shadows to feed on. You should be shamed for your villainy, not extolled for it.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Astarion don't like me. Has no strong feelings towards Avatar. Relationship is good character approval of Avatar. Character approval of Avatar. Nice. Hi, half elf.
Always at your side. What's on your mind?
What's on my mind? Ooh, Carla is gonna hate me for this as well. And Carla is probably gonna react very strongly because Dammon is gone. Woo! I just want to exhaust the dialogue, is all, okay?
You can't possibly mean that. We had a responsibility to protect Isabel and those she was guarding. We failed. Badly.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna assume that's a Dark Urge thing. You know, being able to say all those stuff because I'm a Dark Urge sounds about right. House instead. Where's Jaheira? Wait, did that lower the relationship? It didn't. Weird. Oh, hey, it's Arabella.
Yes? You have news? I fear we do not have the luck.
Hi.
Leave me alone.
But you're in my camp. Alright, sure.
Thy will, dost thou require a new? Very well. Impossible, 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 impossible.
Alright. Still love to talking to you. Withers? Yeah, not much to be said right now. Like, since I didn't progress much with the main story, I believe. But I do discover everything. You know, I do discover most things. All, you know, along the way. Is what I'm trying to say. Okay, go to bed. Oh boy, what's gonna happen? Oh. Oh. But we just hate it. You just hated me, Will. And it's like watching a beach float back to the sea. Is that the idea? Fucking hell, that's so mean. Dude, people, you know. Yeah, do I stay quiet? Usually on a situation like this, I will stay quiet and watch them dance. If I were to stumble upon situations like this.
Oh, sorry. I didn't see you standing there. Lost in the steps, truth be told.
Yeah.
I need them to be just right. I wouldn't want to fail my new partner.
Who's your new partner? Trust me, I don't think you could fail anyone in the future, right? That's really strong. A new partner? Who might that be?
As luck would have it, they just arrived.
Me?
May
Oh
I
God.
have this done?
Oh shit. Will, why? I like Karlak. I'm not interested, Will. Dance with the devil? Most certainly not. I like to, but I'm afraid I'll trip over my own feet. I don't know how to dance. How do I dance? I'm just a little kobold. I'm afraid I'll trip over my own feet.
Don't worry. It's not really about the dance. It's about whose we're dancing with.
Right, let's do it. Can I romance everyone in this game? Like, is that a thing? Is it possible? I'm a dragonborn. How do I dance? Like, what is this sorcery? Perform a simple dance. Acrobatic strength. Gather your strength and leap into the gather your strength and leap into the air. What a dance. Performance. Tour about with flair and abandon. Let's just do acrobatics. Perform a simple cadence, right? Perform a simple cadence. There's no need to be odd flex, but okay, you know, there's no need for that. And I get advantage for this thing.
Bravo!
Hey yo,
Bravo.
we take those. Take a bow, take a bow. Oh, that's kind of cute. Oh, that's very cute.
Now, perhaps we might try a more intimate style.
Hey yo. Where do I learn this? I still lip against wills. If I recall so knowing look, it's what you both want. Turn your head away. This has gone too far. I should take my leave. Hey, do we need do we kiss? Do we kiss? Closer with knowing look, it's what you both want. Okay, what does with a knowing look means? Sometimes stuff like this is hard for me to understand. Also, just look at them like this is so awkward. It's so painful, but it's because it's a game. They have to like, oh, do I kiss? Oh God, do I kiss? Do I not? It's like, English, right? What the fuck does it mean? Ah yeah, kiss lah. Why not lah? Going in. Kiss, yeah. Being sussy? Well, if the game wants me to be sussy, why not? Kiss is not against TOS, right? You. Hiya, it's romance thing. There's no need to ew.
So much shadow around us. To think I almost missed the light. Well, it's getting late.
Stinky.
We can't face the morrow if we don't bid farewell to the now.
I was hoping we might spend the night together. Oh. There's no exclamation. Kissing on stream? Oh god, fucking. Wait, I think I have the email for that. Well, not me, but kissing in Malaysia TOS. I mean, kissing in public in Malaysia, is it haram? Is it considered as haram? I don't know. Maybe. Let's not be as intimate. Let's not be as intimate towards Will, because in the end I still want Karlach. Yes? Still want Karlach. Right? I think Karlach is my first choice. Karlach. Yes? Mm-hmm. Got it? Karlach. Good night, Will. I was hoping we'd spend the night together. Nah, I'm going in.
I'm tempted. Trust me. I thought my heart might burst with every step. But I still keep faith in the old tales of love. The once upon a times and the happily ever afters. I'd like to do this the proper way. The way of the old romances sung by the bards. Till next time. Good night. And dream sweetly.
Plus volume? Nah, nothing's happening. What do you mean? Oh my god, that little smile, so dumb. No brain inside. I love that shit. Why Will all of a sudden though? See, that's the thing. I don't know how it works. Why not Karlach when the approval of Karlach is way higher than anyone else? Oh, Gale. Sup, Gale?
Your cheeks are flush. There's a twinkle in your eye. But I think I am no longer the cause.
No.
It is Will, yes? The connection is palpable. No tadpole required. He is a good man. I will not hesitate to say so. And I had hoped I was a good man.
Oh,
also.
sorry, Gale.
And a worthy one. I thought you would show me the respect of telling me first, but no matter. You can tell me now. Who is it to be? Me or him?
Oh. I share something special with Will, but with you also. That didn't change. Can I become like polyamorous? Is polyamorous a thing in this game? Shut the fuck up. When did you poly? Not me, but in the game. Well, if I'm poly, but Gale is not poly, so that's still a problem. That is if Gale is not poly. Right? I don't know. I don't know. Everything about this is kind of funny though. Where is Karlach? Why can I not choose Karlach over this? That didn't change.
Ha! Well, I'm not sure Will's family would appreciate their heir apparent being forced to share. I'm sorry. But to know I had less than the whole of your heart, I can't do it. Not when I would give all of myself to you. Call me greedy, stubborn, old-fashioned. But I cannot change who I am, or how I love. In any case, know that I harbor no ill will. I would rather see you happy with another than not happy at all.
Damn, Gale is a strong man. But it's custom. It's not custom. This is the Dark Urge. Dark Urge is origin. Mean it represents you? No, it doesn't. It's the Dark Urge. Figure if he's sad here, I'm just kind of glad Pinky's not here. Cause not Gale. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, right. It's for the best we are involved. I'm sorry.
Don't apologize. You must not deny your heart's desire. I would not want you to.
Damn, Gale's a strong man.
Not unless you want me to, or until fate forces my hand. If your friendship is all we have, then I will be happy to have it. Eventually.
Good to have you around, Gale.
And I'm lucky to have met you. My friend.
My friend. Friend zoned. To bring even emo again. Don't tell them, they don't know. There's no need.
Scratch's tail wags enthusiastically.
Alright, that was a roller coaster. Let's pet Scratch. I forgot to cast.
Scratch's tongue lolls out happily, his tail wagging even faster.
Scratch is cute still. I love you, Scratch. Oh my god. Pet the cup. Ooh, more. More. Took the cup over.
Camp life seems to suit the young owlbear. His coat of feathers seems fuller. His eyes look bright and inquisitive.
Nice. Where the wheel are? Where the wheel? We talk to Will even? No, they won't. Where's Will? Ran away. Oh, that's Will, that's Will. Sorry, I'm blind.
By Baldur's helm, I wish we could have danced forever. Since we don't have forever, I wager the memory will have to do.
Yeah. It was nice to forget about our troubles for a while. Sure, I guess so. An unforgettable evening. I'll always cherish it.
Me too. And once we've cured these infections of ours, I hope we'll share more nights just like it.
Gale's gonna hate me. Wait, no. Will is gonna help me. Will is gonna hate me in the future. Yes. Yes. Will is gonna hate me in the future. I can already tell. How do I get Karlach?
Copper for your thoughts.
I want to get Karlach. Don't make me just spam long rest. I gotta spam long rests for this shit. Wait, what's up? I don't remember you ever used Will in your party. Will is my 4th team member. I've been used for a while until I found Karlach. Then I just throw Will away. No romance Will. I don't know why the game chose Will over Karlach. I don't understand.
Well, well, well. Look where
Looking ahead.
Well, excuse me, princess. You chose them yourself? No, I didn't. No, I did not. The game just like, here's Will cutscene for you. Haha, have fun. You can deny it. My heart would not allow me to deny someone like that. Or like, deny situations like that. You know what I mean? I did not deny Gale. Oh god, no, not the spoiled shit. Did I really just go into the camp? Oh my god. Who's speaking? Oh, hi. Why are you hiding behind a pillar?
Report to the tollmaster. Pay the toll.
Who the fuck is a Tollmaster?
Cheese from the Dale lands. Or what's left of it. Silks from Cormier, it says. Empty, though.
Ooh.
All the way from Thay. Jewels and gems, probably. One's still in there.
Mine.
Tasteless and cheap.
Who is even heckin' speaking? Oh, game? I thought the game's gonna crash. Wow. Can I just take that? Visage of Greed.
Look at it. Look at it all. Mine. Mine.
Oh, hi.
What do you bring?
Who are you? Why are you in full armor? Are you playing the the faces again? Oh my god, the face is so priceless. Unbalanced sonnet jigs. The list is endless, really. Harmony and a greater understanding of this plane. I like the bard answer. Ballads, sonnets, jigs. The list is endless, really.
I require good.
You want to take a go from a kobold? You want to take a go from a kobold, really? Really? It seems to me you have enough. A boop the kobold, oh my god. Gogeta, hi. A kobold has been booped. Just a heads up, me and Bailey are playing Deep Rock. Oh! Oh, Bailey's playing Deep Rock now? Man, it's been a while since I last played any... It's been a while since I last played any other game than Baldur's Gate 3. I am not addicted. I am not addicted. Oh god. You know, I think I am addicted to Baldur's Gate 3. I might be. If I give you gold, what do I get in return?
You can pass, but first you must pay.
How strong are you? Alright, let me check. How strong are you?
Over and over. I did it.
Wait a minute. Coin helmet. Cursed coins have gathered around the tall collector's head, increasing her overall health. Oh, I need to take the gold from her. I mean, I have 130 hours. Oh my god, wait, I think that's more than me. I have 100 hours. I'm not addicted! You know, I am. I totally am. Although I don't think I'll be playing Deep Rock Galactics. Yeah, I don't think I'll be playing Deep Rock Galactic for today at least. But still, I hope you and Bailey have fun. Do I want to fight? Do I want to fight that thing? Is the question.
Look! Just look!
I need to take all the gold around to fight this thing. I did save, did I? Well, here, Oh, it's auto save. Okay, let's save here. Hi, Tananda. You can talk to them. Charisma is important. I mean, yeah, I can talk to them, but I don't want to part with my gold. You're telling a kobold to throw gold away. That's not happening. Hi, Narix. Toss the creature a gold piece. Seems to me you have enough.
No! 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 You must pay!
I have no more gold.
If you cannot pay, you cannot pass! Gold! Gold! Gold!
You're quite thick. Okay, excuse-moi. Wait a minute. What the fuck just happened? Oh, wow. Oh my god. What just happened? Curious. Hey, about fat way. Wake up. Okay, thanks, game. Yeah, too many gold? Never enough. Only how much gold? Wait, did they use all my gold?
Help me.
Let's see. It's only 10k. Oh, I'm blocking it here. Let me show you. See? It's only 10k gold. That's not nearly enough. Look lock on the right side. How damage from? Oh, this one. Oh Jesus fuck! How am I supposed to look at this? Ah. Seizing on greed, the tall collector damages the character based on how much gold. Ah, I see. Wait, how did Astarion survive? Goddamn, Astarion, you have 900 gold! 4,000, you're dead. 3,000, you're dead. 2,000, you're dead. Hey, fuck lah, this game, I cannot believe it. Heat evasion, dex save equals half damage if you fail, no damage if you pass. I mean, Astarion failed the saving throw against Jealous Avarice. Okay, failed saving throw, failed saving throw, failed saving throw. Oh, a Dark Urge succeed though, and still died. Yeah, no, wait, What else can they do? Am I right? What else can they do? Yeah. Look at this. I'm gonna win. Are you gonna throw gold again? Yeah, okay. I love this game sometimes. It's so wild. You can win without fight. Win the fight without fight, or win the win the conversation over, or win the fight without fight, like as in defeating that thing. Which one? Is it conversation? Oh, I don't want to part. I don't want to part ways with my gold. You try every conversation. Try every conversation might need to take it away from me because I don't really want to save scum too much. Unless this happens, you know, when I die and then I need to retry the conversation. Like the first time I tried to fight the Hobgoblin, that one is a different story, right? Shit. Let's think about this. It's an AoE, right? And as an AoE... Shit. Okay, need to avoid AoE. Just recommend pick toss a go and then try your choice. It's okay. I can play my own playthrough. All good, all good. Stay away, stay away. If it's an AoE, I have to think about this, right? So Dark Urge will not be able to survive this, is the thing, yes? Where else can I hide? A cheat solution? No, no, no. Not yet, not yet. Jangan, jangan. Let me suffer. Let me do my dumb... Let me do my dumb fuck ways. Don't spoil! Please, let me be stupid! Let me be stupid! I mean, although put away the go is like the obvious answer, but I don't wanna. Let me be stupid. Please, I'm okay. I could try, like, Divinity Solution, I think? As I played Divinity before, I think I can do this. But as Shadowheart, I don't think I want to go too far because Shadowheart is like the healer. Astarion is definitely safe from... Hi? Now, can you shoot them? Okay, nanti dulu ah. I mean, here is probably possible. Very possible, actually. Okay, so that's a good place. That's a good place. I can try this one, I think. Alright. I'm gonna save again. I still have initiated the fight, but this is a good position, I believe. Or maybe Shadowheart should not be there. What if I take the gold? Will they kill me for this? Okay, actually, Shadowheart stays here. Carla can go somewhere else. I see a place where I can go. I can't believe I'm playing Divinity again. This is great. Buddy, how are you doing? Can I take the gold here? You know, the classic way of Divinity, you one character engage in conversation so that this character will not look away, and then we just like do dumb shits like this. Mine. Okay, let's not get too close because I still have movement. Alright, let's try this one. I'm gonna save again. This is a proper positioning. Nice, okay.
You can pass, but first you must pay.
I have no more gold.
If you cannot pay, you cannot pass. Gold! Gold! Gold!
Damn, you're so thick. Okay. Oh wait, I need to be fast. Wait a minute. Oh, I didn't think of this. Okay, who saw? So Karlak. Oh wow, okay, I need to be fast about this. Oh. Oh, this is so bad. Wait a minute. Okay, okay, you know what? I need a new strategy. I need a new strategy. So here's the thing. What went wrong? What went wrong? If a character dies, I need someone to stall the the turn. So I need two characters, both very far away so that the AoE doesn't kill them both. And then one character can stall the turn. You can't save in one hit. Oh look, I got this. Don't worry about that. I want to be stupid and stubborn. Okay, buddy. So what I think I want to do is I'm gonna initiate a fight with Karlak. Increasing cursed coin has scattered around the toll collector's head. Gonna chest. So it's the armor thing, right? Yeah, coin armor. Armored in enchanted coin, this creature is clinking emblem of golden greed. Could there be a method of removing the armor without destroying the coins? Fast hands. Gains an additional bonus action. Dark vision. Immune to control undead. Opportunity attack. Turn resistance. Okay. Cannot be surprised. So I will still get hit. Yes. If I let Karlak initiate the fight, it will be either Dark Urge or Karlak. So yeah, let's try this. I'm just gonna do a big boy attack here. Oh, that's lag. Oh shit, if it's Starion? Okay, one dead, one dead. Hey man.
I have to survive this.
Okay. Okay, we stole the turn, we stole the turn. Let's go. Oh, I forgot to cast aid. I'm stupid. I forgot to cast aid. Hey Carla, can you wake up? Alright, good enough. Alright, whose turn is it? Tikakatin, hi!
Nothing will stand in my way.
Oh, welcome in, fellow Kobo. How you doing? 600 health. 600 health. Any resistances? No. Oh, the bones don't have attack opportunity.
On my way.
So stupid. Oh boy. Let's hope this works. That is so thick. Are you hiding? No, you're not. Oh, you're being seen from here. Doing good, thanks. Nice. Notice another kobold side to come. Yep, nice. The kobold yip together.
Position. Leave no trace.
I wonder what the skull does. I should probably kill the skull first. They might... Oh my god, Astari is stupid.
This is gonna feel good.
Should I kill this thing?
Poor fucker.
Only small potion? I'll take it.
Cheer me up, quick!
Oh, 8's too small. See if I can do this. Oh, it's psychic resistance. Oh god. I think no one does psychic damage here. I mean, I could just try to spam heal on on Karlach. Well, the small heal, you know. Let me try to kill the small skulls. I feel like they might have something to do with the boss. That was a surprise, and it's gonna be the thick turn. Not Karlach again. Not... Oh my god, let's go, let's go. Yeah, it's gonna be tough because Karlach would not be able to do anything. Must have advantage against target. Just shoot them. You have, yeah. Astarion, I swear to God, please. You need to hit things. Ah! I told you. Okay, so those skulls are what makes the boss so strong. Okay, okay, let's do it.
Blood comes easy these days.
Dang it. Yeah, well, I'm invisible. What are you gonna do about it? Okay, let's stay in the middle so that I can have both ways. Okay, first things first, getting rid of the skulls. Let's try this. Wakey, wakey! The music is so good. It's the first time I see someone play this game. Are you winning? Hard to say. Currently, I'm in... I would say we're in neutral. But I did figure out the boss's weakness, so I think winning is definitely very, very possible if I play this very carefully. I cast guidance! Not much Karlach can do, right? Karlach, bonus action... Like, I don't want to say Karlach is expendable, but I'm just saying that... Oh gosh. Alright, any damage I can do is free at this point.
Want another?
What did they do? That's a lot of movement. We have 4 more skulls left. If I can destroy all of the skulls debuff, a skull's buff against the boss, we might stand a chance. They have a lot of movement. Oh no. Why are you trying to get Astarion for? Oh, huh? Is that okay? Oh, you're trying to find. Oh, because my character's invisible.
I need your help.
Hey, about fat way. I didn't know they can do that. Okay, fine. All good, all good. The second character would die to the jealous avarice. This is bad. Oh. Oh. That's new. Oh wait, I just realized your name is Storm. Alright, hey Karlach. Wait, wakey. Wake up, Karlach. Time to stop dying. Okay, which was the one that ate this? This one? Yeah. Q. Thank you. Oh my god, that's so good. Mine! Dude, have I ever mentioned the voice acting in this game is so good as well? Explosive 4, so these are all gold. At least Astarion is in a really good place, so Astarion can really wail on these boons. Or that could happen. How many crit miss are you gonna get, Astarion? Oh my, this is not good. I was expecting Astarion might be able to kill 1 skull per turn, but guess not.
Nothing important is ever easy. Very well.
Let's help Karlach kill. Bonk. My PC's dying. Oh, you're not thick anymore. Only the helmet left, I believe. Let me check. Helmet and caress. Yeah. We got this, we got this. Just gonna really play this really slowly. And very carefully. I'm gonna get down here. So that I don't get the jealous avarice with Karlach here. All things considered, this is going pretty well.
My turn.
Karlach has no action. Karlach, just drink potion.
Need some oil over here.
Just drink potion, it's fine. Oh boy, oh boy. No, wait, no, this is bad. Survived? We take those. Another one. You can do this, I'm trying my best. The kobold's gonna win. 2 more skulls, 1 above. Astarion is heckin' paralyzed for 2 turns, which is really bad. Explosive Forge is gonna explode in how many? At least Karlach survived, so let's help Karlach kill this thing.
One day, I'll catch a break.
Health, 106, okay. Halberd's not pretty strong. Attack is halved. Oh, acid and force, okay. I have an idea. Take it slow, take it slow. Stay hidden. If Karlach survived this turn, I can greatly heal Karlach. Astarion might die this turn. I forgot to give Karlach potion. Sure.
Focus.
Now this is my happy place.
I'll only drink 1. Oh, I can throw twice. Oh, I can throw twice. Yeah. Oh.
Let's finish this.
I can actually do like a big heal. I have a lot of potions. Why not use them? Right, why not use them? Hey, Karlach. And also this one. How far is it? It might be a little bit too hard. Maybe not then. I can still summon spiritual weapon. Okay, let's do it. I have an idea. Again. Okay, the roots are here. Summon it here. I'm faster? Let's go. Alright. Okay, no more bonus action. Attacking from shadows and webbed. Oh. All good. Okay, Karlak, you are going to survive. Look at this. I can throw twice. What a heal. We take those. Now we stand a chance. All good, all good, all good. Damn, that's 3 halberds. Another one. Doing more, I know more key points. Okay.
Don't waste a step.
Get up, get up, get up. Low ground, too dark. It's kind of scary. Okay, I need to make sure this kills. Okay, no fire resistance. Eee, just too close, so close. Oh my god. This is bad. Not the best heal, but it's something I have. Staying away a little bit. Oh, 6 6 health? Oh, look at you. From 606 health to 6 health? Dang. Well, buddy.
Free from the curse now. Perhaps she'll find peace.
What did I say? What did I say? I am stupid and stubborn, but I win. We take those. We take those. That was good.
At least things have stayed interesting.
Any heals is better than nothing. True. See, sometimes that one single health could make a difference. You never know. Congrats. Thank you. That was great. Oh my god. Wait, what is that? Oh, good golly, what is that? Yeah, all good, all good. The 600 gold for the bold? Oh my god. I'm so glad I did this fight. Free 600 gold. Tollhouse Master's office key. Unsigned trade visa. Twist of fortune. And when you roll 2 or less with this weapon's damage die, reroll it and take the new result. 2 or less. Oh, so it will never be... It will never be a crit miss. Oh. That's kind of good. I keep pressing a wrong button. It's getting dark here. Oh yeah, also did you know that there's cobalt in here as well? The cobalt is in the wine barrel. But too bad the kobolds are like hostile, so they will attack on sight. Heard but I never seen them. I did take a few pictures. Not the best, but they are something. These ones. the dumb kobold. Like they're all drunk. They're all drunk. I just took a few pictures of them like there's not a single brain cell in there. there's not a single brain cell in them, and I love them. They're perfect. They're having a party. Yeah, there's only one. There's only a few. There are a few of them. You little pizza, yeah. They're all just like drunk and dancing. Took a few pictures, not as much. And there's like a green coloration. I didn't take the picture of the one that's around this part. That's like purplish blue. But yeah, they are very adorable. I love them. Look at that. Oh my god, they're so stupid. I love them. They are absolutely perfect. Ah, they are perfect. So yeah, that's the kobold pictures. Would they make kobolds a playable species? I would throw money so fast. I would start a new playthrough. So fast. Thank you for sharing. Oh, of course. And kobold's gonna share. Well, sometimes. Unless it's shiny, then probably not. It depends. Pack tactics? Yeah, pack tactics, definitely. To be completely honest, I never thought I can win against this boss. I didn't think I can win against this one. But I did. I mean, to be fair though, the first time I initiate the boss fight, I got wiped in turn 1. So it's like, Strength.
Happy Sunday, yo.
Happy Sunday, yo. Yeah. Hi, Tinkter. You did it with the power of anime and Bobolt? Yeah. And Bobolt's number 1. This one gets +4? Yeah, sure. There's no need for Elixir of Colossus, I believe. Although having advantage is great? Sure, why not? Oh, good thing we got the advantage. Whoa! Oh my god! Fine. My gold! That's a big shiny. Oh my god. What do you mean cannot reach this? Need more shinies. Never enough. Ooh.
That's curious.
Oh, traps, huh? Is it trap or is it just something that I can cut down to? whole collector statue. Twelve ledger. Oh, isn't this the thing I need? A size increase, weapon attacks deals additional 1d4 damage and the affected entity has advantage on strength checks and saving throws. Carrying capacity is also increased by 25%. Whoa! Until long rest? That's huge. Iron Vine Shield. When the wielder is holding a weapon empowered with Shillelagh? Shillelagh? And when they are hit by a melee attack, the attacker takes 2 piercing damage. What is Shillelagh? It is just Shillelagh. Creature's weapon is magical and deals 1 to 8 bludgeoning damage. Attack rolls use the wielder's spellcasting ability modifier? That's so weird. What? I don't know about this. I'll take it. I can sell it for money. It's a good idea. I'm gonna save again. And shillelagh, isn't it like a staff usually for druids? No idea, to be honest. Maybe it's a D&D thing because I have 0 knowledge on D&D. Minus 3 HP? Oh, good. Hopefully I won't die from this. Oh my god, treasure chests everywhere. Oh my god, so many shiny! Oh god. Oh, ugh. Elixir guileful movement? Ooh. Not that one. I don't like it. Take it away. Perception check failed. There's a door here. But I cannot destroy this or move this one. I guess someone else has to jump down, huh?
I'm ready.
Oh. Oh yeah, I'm giant. I can just jump back up. Alright, good. Oh yeah, where do I even pass? Big. The big bubble. Gosh, this game's wild. Oh. Tollhouse basement key. The room of Reefwind. The bow to reach the highest shelf for the little ones. Most valiant roll. Yeah. It's true, all of it. Well, I've seen it. The Golden Knight. Sounds about right. Got killed by it multiple times. Hmm? Did I just see more chests around? Oh my god, it's hard to control sometimes. Oh yeah, I could go down. I should probably open up the lights. It's getting super dark. Alright, give me a few minutes. Just a few minutes. I'm gonna go open up the lights. Yeah. Okay, I'm back. Not even a few minutes. And speedy bold. Spoopy. I'm super jumpy. That's which is also why I play a lot less horror games. But I do plan on playing some someday. Yeah, run.
Forget it. It's blocked from behind.
Oh. Oh, that's how you get it. Oh wait, I'm out here again. I think I know where the chests are. Ooh, okay. I'll come here later. I'm gonna go get the chest. Hopefully they're in the door.
Right tool will do the trick.
Nice. Oh my god. Peachy. Shiny, shiny? It's kinda shiny. Glows of better mage power. When a weapon attack roll inflicts a condition, the wielder gains arcane acuity. It's the word again. Odd spell. I'm not even using spell. Oh wait, I am using spells. I don't know if this counts as spells.
What's in here?
Oh, nice. Oh. Very, very nice. Oh. Gosh, how many keys are here in this single place? Although keys are kinda shiny, right? Maybe I shouldn't complain. They are kinda shiny. Oh, I know this place. This is where we fought. We saved Roland. Everything is mine. You know, playing games like this, looting is just part of the fun, to be honest. See, these things are potential for money. Keys are shiny and make nice jingle when they clatter together. Yeah. Keys are great. Just maybe don't bite them. I don't like the metallic taste.
What's that?
Oh. Whoa. Very nice. If no bite, then why tasty? You're right, I cannot resist biting them. Now, just cobbled things. This messy financial ledger records an import tax charged to merchants by the Reefin Tool House. The tax was clearly excessive. and included gems and jewelry in addition to gold. Damn. Several notes are scribbled on the final page. Trade slowing, merchant scared of Ketheric, nervous of war. He will not take my due. Why do I hear mega cursed noise behind this?
Always room for more.
Shiny, shiny, shiny. Mine, mine, mine. Oh, didn't mean to talk to you.
Lady of Sorrows, guide us. Did you want something?
No. I'm just trying to loot. I guess it's not bad. Is it rain or is it firecrackers? Oh. It's rain! I thought it's firecrackers, like, why? Oh, it's raining. Oh, God. Finally, it's been so long. Speaking of rain, though, do you guys enjoy, like, just walking under the rain? Well, not when the weather's, like, pouring.
I can feel it. The Absolute. Its power is strong here.
Oh, wait, am I... Oh! Oh, did I not find a ledger yet? I personally love to just walk under the rain when it's not pouring. It's like, yeah, that feels so good. Something about that just makes it feel a little... feels... serene.
That might be worth a look.
Nice. Sure, when the rain isn't going sideways, or if I know I can get indoors quickly. Nature's own shower. I guess I'm guilty of that. Like, I love walking under the rain. Just like casually walking and feel the drip of rain on me. It's like something about that just feels very calming. That's how I feel.
Missing. Rascal, brown puppy. Jagoda, black and white cat. Zola. That's a lot of missing pets.
Oh boy, is there a pet kidnapper?
That sign above. This must be a brewery or distillery.
I could use a drink after wandering these ruins.
There's that last one.
Who? Blighted Troubadour.
Well, some rest's better than none.
Oh, ad break. It's kind of weird how I can see ad breaks now, but also kind of good. See, this is what a little gremlin can do. Just takes everything. Dancing lights. As you should, they're all treasures. I know, right? They're all treasures because these are all potential shiny getters. English, I do not know. I could get shinies from all these things if I can find a merchant. Are you gonna fight me? Hi.
The payday gold in my pouch is clinking. Say hey for the pub. A single thought is what I'm thinking. Say hey for the pub.
Damn, nice singing for undead. That is amazing. And I'm terrified as well. Amazing nonetheless. I'm scared now.
The wife is out, boys are sleeping. Say hey for the pub.
The Big Book of Little Drinking Games. Gather a pack, capture a gnome. One by one your chumps gloat how to best maim. Oh my god! How the fuck is this a book? This chump standing gets to kill the gnome. Oh my god, what kind of book is this?
There's that lass what I've been peeping. Say hey for the pub.
God. Holy shit.
Halflings and gnomes, order here.
Cute. Uh-huh. I have something to show you. Ooh. What's up, what's up? What do you want to show me? Or where do I look at it? Ban list? It's in all caps. Chug and run. Oh, the Thorn, look at that. The boss, she knows what she did. Oh. Have we actually added each other on Steam, Gogeta? I don't think so, right? I'm still trying to find a friendly kobold. Because according to Drake, there's like a kobold that's not hostile. Need to find it. Hi.
I don't know you. Perhaps I forgot you.
How are you even unalive? How are we even moving? How are they so chill about all this? Uh-oh. Hi. You're a thick one. Hi. Oh, another thorn. Oh, I didn't save. Oh god. What in all nine hells are you? they've probably gotten used to it. Probably. Your character is cute. Thank you. The Draco in this game looks pretty good. Not gonna lie. And why is it that you're a servant?
Only the best. Oblivion and beyond.
That's not what I expected. You want me to drink that shit?
Cheers. Bottoms up. Go nuts.
I don't like you
This
already.
guy looks like he had a long night. Might be best to keep him happy for now.
I got it, Karlak. Got it, Mama K. Alright. Pick up the tank turret.
Leaning in, you can see how the creature's skin barely holds it together. The bulge of its belly is on the cusp of bursting wide open.
Good gods, that's scary.
He looks set to burst, and will probably be left hip deep in his juices.
Go on, clean. Make it drink. Be drunk. You and I both. To our good health.
Mime drinking, sleight of hand. Monk saving throw. Steady your body and mind, then drink. Advantage mime drinking. +5 with dexterity and jack of all trades. I have advantage on both these. Sleight of hand gives me +6. Monk gives me +2 for constitution. I'm gonna try sleight of hand. I'm gonna mime it. Oh! Wait a minute. Okay, Ichi. No fear. Oh, they will approve. Let's go. Mm-hmm.
But such a small sip you take. Fear not. You will soon quaff as I do.
What is quaff? Please don't kill me. What is that behind you? Oh, that's how you get drinks? That's actually kind of cool.
Now tell me a story. A fable. A saga. Delight me.
I can imagine the voice actor of this character. Oh my god. Because I'm a bard. Because I'm a bard. Holy shit. Oh, I'm so glad I'm a bard. Oh my god. I'm so glad. No, I'm not sure. Oh wow, why? Oh my god, nice. Heck yeah, we take those. Okay, what do we have here? Let's choose one by one. I massacred an entire village of innocents who thought me their protector. That's not right. From aboard a mind flayer vessel, I've witnessed the hells themselves. I gazed on nature's bounties on a verdant grove of druids. I've seen the goblins' vile rituals with my own eyes. A silver-tongued devil bade me feast in his lavishly appointed banquet hall. All this happened, by the way. I ascended a great tower infused with the most powerful of magic. I explored a lost fortress buried deep in the Underdark's bowels. Yeah, these are all happened. That's actually really cool. A silver-tongued devil bade me feast in his lavishly appointed banquet hall. This is, like, by far the coolest thing. Although Raphael is a bitch, but still. I'm gonna say this one. Oh my god. Oh, we take those. Let's go, Bard power. Bat power.
How will
actually respond to what I said. That's amazing.
You ask, you drink, then you amaze, enthuse, astound me again.
Mime a sip of a drink again? I could do it. Yeah, let's do it. They say it's best to make him happy, but I don't know. See, here's the thing. I've seen difficulty checks went up to 30 before. That is 3-0, alright? And the dice is d20. At most, 20. 20 is a critical success, so that's different. Alright? So crit success, they don't care, I win. But 19, and then I need a lot of like plus numbers. I've seen 30. If this is 30, I'm dead, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Mime a sip of your drink again. Okay. All good.
More stories.
I do have more. I do have more.
Tell me of foes felled, villains vanquished, beasts bastards.
Hutch? Oh my god. I ripped about winged imps spawned from the fires of Avernus, and our mother lunged at me. I slaughtered in the reply. I conquered infamous hobgoblin Dror Raxlin and his minions. I slayed a hideous push-to-ridden hag. She died a gruesome death. Yeah, the hag is like the scariest thing so far. All the things that the hag does is so morbid. Drinking a sweat? Nuh-uh. why am I drinking my sweat? I challenged a daunting face spider. Its course is all that remains. A bullet made me its prey, but proved no match for me. A towering creature rose from molten lava. I felt it with great weight and might. Oh, that's Grim. Yeah, that's Grim. So Grim, Bullet, the face spider matriarch, and then Antiatha, and then Draw Raxlin, Owlbear Mother. Yeah, all of these happened. Winged imps spawned from the fires of furnace. I don't remember what this is, but the rest is true. So cool. I like the Grim one. 16, alright. Not like this. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm actually dead. Goodbye, world. Looks like he poured the water from his body. Oh, wait, I have inspiration. Let's go. Thank you. Yeah, the dice rolls are really cool. I think they did it really well.
Molten, hot, heavy. We saw such a beast in my latrine. A fierce foe. Ask, question, make your query, and drink once more.
Who placed the curse on this land?
Father Ketherick created, Father Ketherick sustains.
Oh.
Bring it in, toss it down, rub it up.
I can keep miming, I think. I can keep miming. This is a really good check. Oh! Wait a minute. I see a slight problem. Did it went from 18 to 21? Oh no. Oh. Not like this. Yeah. No, not like this. Yeah, do I use my inspiration here? I'm using it, I'm using it. No. Okay, okay. Alright, keep in mind, I'm out of inspiration. Cannot play with fire like this, huh? Did you see past my trick? Oh goodness.
You want Father's personal, mysterious secret. Secret? No. Not never. Father said. Ordered, commanded. Don't say it. Don't say it. Cage. Cage. Talk and perish. Die. Buried. Buried in Thorn Tomb. Father told me. I can't perish. No.
Oh, are you gonna burst? Oh, hide! Hide! He died for helping. Haunter 1, lack of moderation is key. The rain is so huge I can't hear the game. Are you insane? What is this? Lack of moderation is key. Kill the brew of his own brew. Oh. Okay. Hi. Sorry, man.
Get some proper music now.
Wyvern Stinger? You have a dragon thing? Oh, I'm too thick now. Oh god, I'm too thick. Oh boy. Alright, who? I'm sure Carla can handle all of this. There we go. Think we can do something like Gold Thorn, but yeah, you already did. Well, at least this one I don't have to part way of my gold. So I'm glad. And I'm glad I did the right thing. Well, not the right thing, you know what I mean.
Due apology, madam. Do mess our pardon. Our master distiller spills quite the cause. Now settle your mind, chum, and get your shine on. Be will it what?
Be with it what? What are you saying? Judging by the mist, I doubt there's much drink left. What have you got?
Moon, mountain dark, coming right up. A man of proper taste.
I didn't order anything.
Chum yourself up and whisk the old luggy jug bug you. So be what?
Well, that's disturbing. Still, better than having an actual conversation with him, though.
Shut the fuck up, Astarion.
Terrible. I'll clean up right mess that.
Ooh.
What's that?
Ooh. Madeline's Ledger. Oh, is that what I need? Attention of Dark Justician Natasha. too long didn't read. Alright. Happy that happened. Or sorry that happened. A red catcher. Attack rolls against bees have advantage. Sorry if I'm speaking a little loud because the rain is way too loud. And I just don't know how loud I am currently. Oh man. Oh man.
How deliciously dramatic.
Hi.
The gore almost looks real. Superb. Encore.
Why is that funny to me? The fucking collab got me. Superb 1. Encore 1, 2. Oh my god, sometimes the animation cracks me up in this game. I can't believe it.
I should hit the road. But I'm so tired.
Let me check more things here first. Oh, I know this place. Oh, okay. Wait, how did I get down just now? Mine, shiny, shiny. Oh. Whoa. Potion of angelic slumber. Drink to fall into a 2-turn slumber. Unless interrupted, you gain the benefits of long rest. Oh! Hey, yo, that's pretty good. Only for one person though, so that's kind of sad, but still, it's something. I don't like that. What does that mean? What does that mean? What is that? What is that? Why is that chung chung? Why is that floor thing? I don't like that. What does that mean? Am I gonna die? Please no bully kobold. Ooh. Actually, what time is now? It's like mega dark. It's 7:30 p.m. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, damn. Waypoint? Nice. Road to Baldur's Gate? Whoa. Oh, am I close to Baldur's Gate? Yo, oh my god. After how long? After 102 hours, finally? But then I'm pretty sure there's still a lot of things I haven't done yet or haven't explored. Is that? Hmm. 4?
I can keep going a little longer now.
Let's fight that one. Yeah, I can fight this one and then maybe call it a day? Yeah. It is getting a little dark and I am getting hungry. Wait a minute. I know there's only 4. 1、2、3、4、5、6、7、7. 7.
Shiny.
Shiny? The 7 should be fine. Oh no, if hungry then must eat. Yeah, I'm gonna eat very soon after this fight. I could just charge in. I'm gonna charge in. Going in. Wee. I'm sure this will not kill me at all. Ah, didn't die.
I wonder if this is worth the cost. Swift as my feet can carry me.
Nice. Oh boy, this is bad. Oh. Save, let's go. Is that a jumpable surface? Oh, that's sad. No point in hiding. Just shoot them. Not bad. Not Wraith again. Oh my god, Karlak, help! Not Karlak. Oh, you're gonna get it now. Yeah, why not? 5. Excuse-moi, I think that's like the least damage possible. How do you get 5? Oh, they saved and still half damage. Think I'm far enough? Yeah. Take you. Oh boy, Karlak. Ow. Ow. Woo. It fucking hurts.
Can't slow down.
Need to make sure this kills. Nice.
Bye forever, pal.
Oh, nice. Oh, I think Karlak's down. Nice. I love how Shadow is trying to find me. A shadow trying to find someone that's invisible. Nice. Nice. Here, I should deal with this. Resistance to half. Yeah, let's not do that. Just shoot him. You missed on something that's on the floor. Again. Nuh-uh. Shit. Oh yeah, they're immune to prone. No, you're not running away. Nice. Better than nothing. Nice. Crap. Didn't think you would get encumbered. There we go. Okay. No, I think we got this fight in the bag, to be honest.
Still breathing, despite everything.
How do I... I'm gonna find the enemy. Although I could try because last save scene here, I think. We? Saved fire breath. What do you mean saved fire breath? I know where you are. Heal. I actually hate you. Nice.
Outmaneuver them.
Oh my god. I think it's the best I could do. Famous last word. No, it's fine. I got this. We take those.
Let's get going.
The classic Divinity Original Sin 2 strat. Just bonk them with AoE. Solid Victus.
For a dull moment.
Wait, this one didn't drop me a Shadow Vestige. Weird. Yeah, no Shadow Vestige. Alright, I'm gonna save here. Me is hungry. One food. I must eat. I must consume it. Yeah, also I feel like in this shadow area, Shadowheart is just the MVP. With all the Spirit Guardian with radiant damage, just do ×2 damage. It's so good. Go nourish thine self. I will. Let me find a raid target real quick. Also open up my favorite music. Well, not my favorite music, but my favorite music currently. Also, don't worry about the fart noises. It's just... they're just noises. Oh wait, this one is also good. Yeah. Yeah, honestly playing Baldur's Gate 3 makes me want to play back Divinity Original Sin 2. It's pretty good. Ad break now. I'm gonna cry Twitch. What the fuck? I cannot believe it. Twitch. Really? Now? I'll wait for 2 minutes. All good. Well, in the meantime, I can go wait. I can blah. I can go find raid target. And sometimes it's gonna be tootin'? Yeah. Nothing wrong with a bit of a tootin'. Haven't raided Das in a while. Must read fellow Bobold. Displaying Exoprimal. For 10, 10 hours, oh my god. Shit, I don't think I can go for that long. Gosh golly, gosh wowee. All the boats, yeah. Never enough kobold. We need more kobold friend. Hi Pinky. Thank you for streaming all the streams. Oh my god. Welcome in. Also Bamba Pinky. Bamba. Yeah, we're gonna raid Daz. Been a while since I last raided Daz. I wanted to raid Nita, but I already raided Nita this week, I believe. I think. Yeah. Daz it is. Let me summon Bernie. Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
I love that one so much. I also have my Discord and also a Twitter. I mean, I'll be on Discord mostly with all the streams and shit. I mean, I'll be most active on Discord, I believe. Albeit I don't talk as much, but that's like my most active platform. Oh, I wouldn't say platform, messaging platform. There it is. But if I want to say my most active one, it's probably Twitter. Because every time I go Twitter, it's just all dragons. I want to share and look at all the dragons, just retweet them, right? So yeah, you guys can find me there. Let me type in the rate to Dash real quick. Daziras, the best couple. Okay, there we go. Alright. That's the Kobo urge. Can't help but support dragons. I know, right? just Kobo things. Dragons are just nice like that. Dragons are just amazing. Never enough. Never enough dragons and kobolds. Yeah, I'm gonna go get myself some dinner tomorrow. Yeah, I'm gonna play more Baldur's Gate. I think I'm gonna I'm gonna finish up a playthrough before I play something else. Right? I'm gonna finish Baldur's Gate 3. I don't know how much longer. Probably like 1 or 2 more weeks before I can like finish it. Probably. Yeah, I think probably. So yeah, play more Baldur's Gate tomorrow. Someday I'll go back into doing art, but man, it's been a long time. I feel weird. I feel weird going back to art again, but I want to. Someday I want to. Yes. Yeah. So before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. Right. Now that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter, very valuable, right? Love y'all. Art is fun, it is, but also it kind of scares me a little bit. But yeah, I cannot deny that art is truly fun. Alright, here we go. Here comes the raid to dance. Boom. A fellow bubbled. Must rate fellow or bubbled. Yep, this. Rate Chinese. There it is. We will steal another kobold shiny. Gosh, I love that dino dance. Maybe I should make my own. But I don't draw well. I could make 3D model, but not like that. It is so cute. Yeah, I know. It's so good. I don't know when it starts to appear. It's a Twitch Global emote. Yeah, it's a Twitch Global emote. It's so well done. A simplicity in itself, and it works so well. I love that. Alright, I'm gonna wait for the timer to go down as always. I don't think there's any update I want to update. If there's any updates, I'll be sure to just announce in the Discord, especially with the soon forced vacation I'm gonna go. Well, quote unquote vacation. Okay lah. I'll see you guys tomorrow with more Baldur's Gate. Be safe, everyone. Love y'all. Bye bye. Bye 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 bye. Much love. Much love.